Chapter 1805. Mu, she fled back to the glass skies ship. Lu Ran had been staring at this side. What was going on? Why was my sister bullied? Immediately, Lu Ran went to the cabin to comfort Mu Shi. When Mu Shi entered the cabin, she saw that Mu Shi's eyes were red and she was stomping on the big ship. Hey, hey, hey! If you stomp again, the ship will sink. Don't you know how strong your feet are? Lu Ran was speechless. No, I didn't see you talk much. Did Shuizhan say more than 3 sentences from beginning to end? Even if he refused, we shouldn't be so angry, right? At this moment, Han Fei was still clinging to Mu Shi, thinking Lu Ran is right. What's the big deal? You are already a half-king powerhouse. Why are you still acting like a 15 or 16-year-old girl? Mu, she said angrily. He didn't agree. Couldn't he have been more tactful? He said that once he put on a mask, he wouldn't love anyone. What does he mean? Huh? Lu Ran was stunned. Is this Shuizhan so stupid? Mu, she hugged Lu Ran angrily and shook her. He is not stupid. He did it on purpose. I thought he saved me because he felt sorry for me. Maybe he just did it for me. Lu Ran patted Mu Shi's back and comforted her. Damn it. This person is really hateful. He should be cut into pieces and thrown into the sea to feed the fish. You gave him face, didn't you? Once he put on a mask, he wouldn't love anyone? Cece, what kind of person is she? She has so many pursuers from the inner sea to the outer sea. You gave him face by taking a fancy to him, but he didn't cherish it. Han Fei was speechless. What the hell? Do you mean I have to cherish it when you take a fancy to me? Do I really have no self-control at all? Also, what made Han Fei speechless was that no matter how old or strong a woman was, they all behaved like this. They hugged each other affectionately, and their mouths were filled with jealousy listening to the 2 women's crazy complaints. Han Fei naturally lost interest. He got down from Mu Shi's body and hid in a dark corner. The white mist had long been in Forge the Universe. What was left in the Snow God Palace was only a projection of his half-king. His strength was there, so he was no different from a real person. Other than not being able to cultivate, the half-monarch projection was extremely strong in all other aspects. Even if there was a heavenly talent battle now, Han Fei was confident that he wouldn't lose. Since the plan had succeeded and he had successfully infiltrated the Glaze Sky ship, he naturally had no interest in listening to the 2 women's chatter. Han Fei entered Forge the Universe without attracting the attention of the 2 girls. Forge the Universe. Phew! Han Fei let out a long sigh of relief. His plan was flawless and could be said to be perfect. Han Fei suddenly realized that something was wrong here. Why is the spiritual energy in Forge the Universe so dense? Why did it seem that a lot of his 7 million top-grade spirit stones were missing? Han Fei confirmed it again. It seemed to be less than 5. 5 million. It was very close. That's not right. Even if Senior Yuan and I absorb them together, where can we go? How can we absorb so many top-grade spirit stones in such a short time? Han Fei looked at the old turtle and asked, "Where are the spiritual stones?" The old turtle said, "I don't know. Originally, after taking Wu Hao's spiritual stones, there should be about 6. 6 million left. But after entering the Bronze Gate, there are only more than 5. 4 million left. Not only these ultra-quality spiritual stones, but also the energy that I suppressed. I'm afraid there is only less than half left." Hiss! Han Fei raised his eyebrows. "You mean I consumed them behind the Bronze Gate?" The old turtle nodded. "Of course. I didn't tell you before because I wanted to wait for you to escape. Now, as soon as you came in, you discovered it. Although I don't know what you did behind the Bronze Gate. What's there? But you must have encountered a big opportunity. Is it related to the Void Temple?" The old turtle was now seriously suspicious. What secrets did Han Fei hide? The moment he entered the Bronze Gate, he didn't know anything. Until he came out. What happened behind the Bronze Gate? He didn't know anything. Han Fei said leisurely, What did you learn from disassembling spiritual energy? The old turtle was silent for a moment. I've already learned 99%. What about you? The old turtle stared at Han Fei closely, because he had a feeling, but he wasn't quite sure. The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up slightly. He looked up at the sky and said pretentiously, Me? 100%. Hiss! The old turtle was shocked to the extreme. How is it possible? In this world, there is no such thing as 100% spiritual energy disassembly. It has never been recorded. I've never heard of it. However, Han Fei said, in terms of spiritual energy disassembly, it's true that 99% is the limit. But, Old Yuan, do you know whether the Great Way strengthens the Taoist heart or the Taoist heart gives the power of the Great Way? Have you ever thought whether the Great Way or the Great Way comes first? Have you ever thought whether the Great Way really exists or not? Han Fei had thought that this was definitely the most powerful show of pretentiousness that he had ever shown in history. It had always been Old Yuan who explained to him, and now it was his turn to do so. He would definitely let Old Yuan find that it was a wise choice to recognize him as his master. However, the old turtle blinked at Han Fei. What did you say? Why are my ears buzzing? I can't hear anything. Han Fei was speechless. Are you pretending? Have you been subdued by me? Are you too ashamed to admit it now? The old turtle was puzzled. Why am I convinced by you? I was a little sleepy just now and didn't hear a word you said. However, my heart trembled, and I seemed to have some enlightenment. Han Fei looked at the old turtle deeply and felt that he didn't seem to be pretending. So he said in surprise, Wait, you really didn't hear what I said? I said, blah, blah, blah. Then he saw that the old turtle directly sat down cross-legged and entered a state of cultivation. Han Fei was stunned for a moment and seemed to realize that the old turtle really didn't hear what he was saying. So he really heard everything behind the bronze gate, but he didn't understand anything. This seemed to be a kind of rule between heaven and earth. It seemed that at this last step he had to comprehend it himself. And when those who had comprehended it talked to those who hadn't comprehended it, they were talking about a kind of heavenly way, a kind of heavenly book, a concept that they didn't understand at all. At this moment, Han Fei also understood. No wonder Old Yuan never knew that someone could deduce the degree of spiritual energy, disassembly to 100%. In fact, it was not that there was no one who could talk about it, but even if someone talked about it, you couldn't hear it. Since you couldn't hear it, and no one was going to talk to you, this could only mean that the old turtle was not an excellent emperor before. It was estimated that he was probably a loser among the emperors. As a result, he was led by a B***starred for a long distance. Therefore, a loser was already a mythical existence in the vast world of the 36 Xiantian heavens. So, even a loser in the world of the strong was so powerful that he had to try every means to subdue it? Han Fei couldn't help but be speechless. Old Yuan was really lucky to have such an excellent master. Otherwise, he would probably have reached the end of his life. Even if he could recultivate to the heaven-opening realm, he would still be a loser. Seeing that Old Yuan went to cultivate, Han Fei thought for a moment and jumped down from the ice lotus. With a thought, this massive amount of spiritual energy went to expand the space of Forge the universe. And Han Fei himself summoned the phantom of mountains and rivers and stepped into the sea-quelling painting. Xia Shaochan was so anxious and restless in the sea-quelling painting that she couldn't cultivate anymore. The hexagon starfish said, Stop shaking. You can't solve the problem even if you shake. Xia Shaochan snorted. You heartless bastard. You only know how to eat and sleep all day. Have you eaten my power of Tao? The hexagon starfish's big eyes kept rolling. No, starfish didn't even eat a little bit. Didn't Han Fei say that the power had a stronger effect? Xia Shaochan snorted. You're smart. If I find out that the power is too little, I will skin you on the spot. The hexagon starfish shuddered and thought to himself, Xia Shaochan was so easy to eat. Why was Han Fei so fierce as soon as he arrived? When Xia Shaochan was teaching the hexagon starfish a lesson, she saw Han Fei appear with a swish. Immediately, Xia Shaochan forgot about the hexagon starfish. She rushed over and hung on Han Fei. One of her hands was still raised high. We're free, Han Fei thought to himself. It seems that this girl has indeed become stupid after being locked up for too long. Why is she so happy? Han Fei said, yes, you're free. But we can't go out yet. Yi Qinglong and Ji Xian, those two people, are searching for us one by one. Xia Shaochan's body suddenly stiffened. Then you won't be found out, will you? Han Fei smiled. If I could be found out, would I still be here? Wow! Xia Shaochan rewarded Han Fei with a big kiss. So, we're still free. Han Fei rubbed Xia Shaochan's head and said, we are now on the ship of the glass sky. It will probably take 3 to 5 days to return to the glass sky from here. During this period, you can make use of the power of Tao that escapes from the bronze gate. Xia Shaochan's eyes lit up and she asked curiously, how do I use that power? I feel that power seems to be of great benefit to cultivation. The hexagon starfish also added, I think that as long as I absorb this power, it will only take me a few months to break through to the peak stage of the venerable realm. Han Fei immediately said, that's not enough. Han Fei said, let me tell you, the main use of this power is to reconstruct spiritual energy and deduce the degree of spiritual energy disassembly. Chapter 1806. Reverse deduction of spiritual energy disassembly. Xia Shaochan and the hexagon starfish were both stunned. A moment later, when Xia Shaochan sat down and tried to disassemble the spiritual energy for the first time, Han Fei saw that the power of truth was being consumed continuously. Han Fei thought to himself, Xia Shaochan and the hexagon starfish have collected a lot of Taoist auras from the eldest senior brother's lectures. It was because Xia Shaochan and the hexagon starfish hadn't used it for 8 days in a row, so they didn't consume the power of the way until 5 minutes later. Phew! When Xia Shaochan opened her eyes and saw that Han Fei was still standing here, she couldn't help but wonder, how long have I been cultivating? Han Fei smiled faintly. 200 seconds. Xia Shaochan froze for a moment and asked in surprise, only 200 seconds? Then Xia Shaochan suddenly exclaimed, how is it possible? My spiritual energy disassembly rate has reached 94%? The hexagon starfish also exclaimed, Starfish had reached 95%? What kind of power is this? It's a little too terrifying. How could it increase by so much? Han Fei couldn't help but ask, girl, how old were you? 87%. The hexagon starfish also said 88%. Han Fei slightly frowned. Only 7%. That's not a lot. Xia Shaochan and the hexagon starfish couldn't help but look at Han Fei in surprise. This is not a lot. 200 breaths, an increase of 7%. That's almost as much as my 7 or 8 years of bitter cultivation. While talking, Xia Shaochan suddenly realized something and asked, you went to the bronze gate. What's your spiritual energy dismantlement rate now? Han Fei's eyelids twitched, knowing that it was time for him to show off again. Han Fei said leisurely, me? After so many years of hard work, I've finally reached 100%. How tiring. Xia Shaochan, hexagon starfish. Listen to this, is this even human speech? If the old tortoise were here, he would definitely feel complicated. This shameless guy has always used the power of hope to deduce the degree of spiritual energy disassembly. Almost effortless, and he still had the cheek to say that he had trained hard for many years. This explosive growth rate was only limited to the Tao runes that were born from the lecture. Xia, Shaochan, and hexagon starfish could only use it once. Therefore, in Han Fei's opinion, their spiritual energy disassembly rate was still not high enough. However, there was nothing he could do about it. This was because if he were to use his own Tao to reconstruct the spirit qi, he would have to wait until the spirit qi had been disassembled to 99%, which meant that he had completely understood the structure of the spirit qi. As a result, even if Xia Shaochan and the hexagon starfish wanted to use their power of Tao to disassemble the spiritual energy, it was impossible. Han Fei also tried to explain to Xia Shaochan and the hexagon starfish, but just like the old turtle, Xia Shaochan and the hexagon starfish were too confused to remember what Han Fei said. However, Han Fei found that although Xia Shaochan and the others couldn't remember what they said, they seemed to have some inexplicable understandings deep in their hearts. This comprehension was like something hidden in the depths of one's heart that needed to be unleashed. I'm going to cultivate in seclusion for a few days. Do you want to come with me? Han Fei said, I have to pay attention to the situation outside. I'll call you when we reach the glazed sky. 10 days later. Han Fei didn't expect that it would take 10 days to go from the inner domain to the glazed sky. In the words of the old turtle, the route in the inner domain of the glazed sky was extremely complicated and was even very close to the mist sea. After going around in circles, it only took him 10 days to get there. And in the past 10 days, Han Fei had done something. All in all, this was equivalent to about a year's time. In Forge the Universe, Han Fei not only completely consolidated his strength at the Half-King realm, but also improved his pure, mysterious body. At this speed, Han Fei suspected that he would probably reach the limit of the Half-King realm in another 10 years at most in Forge the Universe. As for the power of his soul, Han Fei's current soul power had probably reached the limit of a regular Half-King level deity king, or even higher. After all, not everyone in the chaotic Azure Sea had the same level of existence and bloodline as him. The glazed sky, a place where there was more yin than yang. Xia Shaochan said that the ratio of men to women here was 1:10. After Han Fei quietly followed her out of the boat, he found that it was true. The main city of the glazed sky was called Heavenly Treasure City, which meant Heavenly Treasure Glaze. The city structure of the Heavenly Treasure City was similar to that of the major immortal palaces. Because it was built at the same time, the structure of the immortal palaces was not very special. Of course, the colors of the city were more fancy than those of other immortal palaces. This, Han Fei understood. It was normal for a place with a lot of women to be fancy. Even in the yin-yang sky, the battle suits men bought were all black, white, blue, and gray. But the women's refining workshops had all kinds of colors and all kinds of jewelry. They were so shiny that you couldn't see them. This glazed sky was also a place with a lot of women. Including the colors of the buildings, they were all colorful. After sneaking out, Han Fei just strolled on an island at random and found that the whole street was full of fragrance. He didn't go to learn more about the glazed sky, so he didn't let Xia Shaochan out immediately. Han Fei thought that he would only be in the glazed sky for a short time. As long as he found Yin, and took her away, it shouldn't be a problem. The nautical panorama turned quickly and pointed in a direction to the north. Half a day later, Jingxin Taoist Academy in the glazed sky, in a field of medicine in a mountain bamboo forest. Han Fei saw a girl in plain clothes. She was not tall, only about 6 meters tall, looked less than 20 years old, and was relatively petite. In terms of appearance, she was not very beautiful, even worse than Xia Shaochan and Luo Xiaobai, but she was still good-looking. Because of her petite and quiet appearance, she looked like a girl who had just fallen in love. When the breeze blew and the sun shone on her face, the girl straightened up, showed a faint smile, and continued to sprinkle spiritual energy. A peak-level law enforcer? Han Fei was stunned for a moment. This girl must be Yin Air. Her temperament is definitely Yin Han Fei forcibly raised his sister's temperament in his heart. In addition to seeing that Yin strength was at the peak level of law enforcer, Han Fei could also see that Yin-Er was not an ordinary person at all. Her body was absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy all the time. Then she sprinkled this spiritual energy out and watered the medicinal field, causing the concentration of spiritual energy in this medicinal field to be abnormally high. Not an ordinary person, and she doesn't look stupid. With such talent, why is she only a peak-level law enforcer now? Han Fei couldn't help thinking, is it because Yin-Er's Yin soul and Yang soul are separated? Yin-Er should be in an incomplete state now. She was still 2 steps away from being complete. One was to return as a Yin soul, and the other was to revisit the Age of Doom and return safely. Only when these 2 steps were completed, Yin-Er would be Yin-Er, and she would complete the time leap from the Age of Doom to the present like him. Han Fei was about to step forward and capture her directly. However, suddenly he clenched his fist subconsciously and felt something was wrong. Immediately, Han Fei frowned, took out the 9-palace ruler of destiny and tested it. As a result, the ruler mark of the 9-palace ruler of destiny fell directly on the ominous hexagram. Is there a strong master watching over her? Since Han Fei could encounter an ominous hexagram in the Heavenly Treasure City, this was at least a king-level threat. This meant that Yin-Er seemed to be farming here, but she was actually being watched over by a king. Is there a king from the glass sky here? Han Fei couldn't help but wonder, why was Yin-Er sent to the glass sky and he was sent to Earth? Just as Han Fei was thinking, something occurred to him. Outside this large medicinal field, about 600 kilometers away, 2 women were walking together and flying towards the depths of the medicinal field. The 2 of them arrived in an instant. One of them shouted from a distance, Han, Yin-Er, stop. Stop farming. We've found a way to treat you. Yin-Er, who was farming, suddenly heard that someone was coming. She straightened up and looked up in the direction of the newcomers. When the 2 of them arrived, Han, Yin-Er bowed slightly and said, Yin-Er greets Sister Wind Spirit and Sister Yu. The girl, named Wind Spirit, had a cold look in her eyes, and there seemed to be a hint of displeasure on her face. She said, Han, Yin-Er, you really should thank my brother. If my brother hadn't seen you suffering and felt sorry for you, such a good thing would never have happened to you. The girl named Sister Yu also said, Han, Yin-Er, this time Master Yuan visited famous doctors everywhere and finally got a great medicine from the Medicine King Heaven, which can cure your serious illness. Then you can make a breakthrough and become an explorer. Han, Yin-Er froze for a moment and then asked in confusion, Sisters, will this work? I'm ashamed that Master Yuan helped me so much. Wind Spirit snorted coldly. If my brother hadn't fallen in love with you, he wouldn't have gone through so much trouble to find famous doctors and medicines for you. Once this matter is over and your illness is cured, you and my brother's marriage can naturally be held. Han, Yin-Er blushed slightly, but then she looked at the small house 100 kilometers away and said, But, sisters, can we wait a few days, wait for teacher to come back before we go? Otherwise, if teacher doesn't see me when he returns, he will be worried. The girl named Sister Yu hurriedly said, What are you waiting for? It was Marshal Antfong who asked us to come to the medicinal field to find you. For the sake of this medicine, Senior Marshal Antfong personally guarded the Jingxin Earth Fire platform and specially asked us to come find you. Teacher asked you 2 sisters to come? But why is teacher waiting for us at the Jingxin Earth Fire platform? Isn't that the forbidden area of Jingxin Dao Academy? Wind Spirit said coldly, Nonsense. To treat you, we need the power of Earth Fire. Without the Jingxin Earth Fire platform, it's difficult to treat you. Do you think that forbidden areas can be entered at will? Chapter 1807. Han Fei thought to himself, did I guess wrong? Could it be that Yin-Er was so talented, but she had been stuck at the peak of law enforcer because of some other disease? Marshal Uncle Foam? Since she was Yin-Er's teacher and she gave him an ominous divination just now, she should be a hidden strong master. Han Fei thought to himself, I really came at the right time. Someone is going to treat my sister, but it makes sense. Just like himself, no matter how he cultivated, it was theoretically impossible for him to become stronger. And it was because of the demon purification pot that he embarked on the path of cultivation. His sister's current situation was much better than when he first met her, and someone was looking for medicine for her to treat. This was a critical moment for the treatment. If he kidnapped her directly, the other party would definitely go crazy. Han Fei thought to himself, I might as well stay put for now. If Yin-Er was sick and was about to be cured, but she was kidnapped by me, wouldn't I become a bad person? Would I want to take my sister's life? As for the marriage, it was impossible for the time being. His sister was only a peak-level law enforcer and hadn't even been to her home. She wasn't even complete yet. How could she get married? When the time came, he could just leave some resources and send that person away. If Yin-Er really had someone in her heart, he would have to wait until she went to the Yin-Yang heaven. After listening to Feng Ling's explanation, Yin-Er believed him. So the three of them began to fly towards the northern mountain forest of the Jingxin Dao Academy. It was an island of flames that was independent of this floating island. Because it had always been under the care of the Jingxin Dao Academy, few people came here. According to Feng Ling, to go to the forbidden area, they needed to take a special teleportation array. Therefore, the three of them used a jade slip as a teleportation array and went directly to the forbidden area. However, Han Fei's perception range was so large that he had already locked onto Yin-Er. Even if they were within 100,000 miles, no matter where they went, he would still be able to find them. Besides, their goal was also very clear, which was to the north of the Jingxin Dao Academy. About 4,000 kilometers away from here, there was a mountain full of fire elements. In fact, in the glass sky, there was more than one place full of fire elements. There was also an extremely cold island, an island full of multicolored light, and a 5-colored island. When Wind Spirit mentioned the forbidden area just now, Han Fei guessed that it was one of the 4 islands. He didn't expect it to be the closest flame island. Buzz, Yin-Er, and the other 2 took the teleportation array, and after a while they appeared on the blazing island. With a thought, Han Fei moved forward quietly. In the glass sky, Han Fei should have been careful. However, with Han Fei's strength, it wouldn't be a problem for him to fly around the heavenly treasure city openly without a king watching him. It took Han Fei 3 seconds to get here, which was already very low-key. With such a speed, Han Fei was confident that even a king might not be able to detect him. In the center of the island of flames, there was a deep, sunken valley. In the valley, there was a pagoda. According to Han Fei's estimation, this was a good place for refining. After the 3 of them arrived, Yin-Er began to sweat. The temperature here was bearable. However, the closer one got to the center, the more powerful the earth fire became, and the higher the temperature. It was still a little difficult for law enforcers. The Calm Heart earth fire platform was in the deepest part of the tower. Its temperature would probably reach her limit. However, when she thought that her teacher was waiting for her in the Calm Heart earth fire platform, Yin-Er couldn't help but smile. Was the disease that had plagued her for so many years finally going to be cured today? It would be a lie to say that she wasn't excited. Wind Spirit and Sister Yu looked at each other and nodded slightly. The 2 of them took out 2 tokens in their hands, and a bright light shot out from them, condensing into an array pattern. Han Fei took a look. This was a directional teleportation array. However, he saw something wrong. There were obvious fire patterns in the formation. Even the teleportation array needed this kind of fire Kong pattern, which meant that the temperature where they were going was extremely high and lethal. With Yin-Er's current strength, she should be able to bear it. However, Han Fei saw that Yin-Er was a little anxious, and the fire energy she absorbed was much more than the spiritual energy she had accumulated before. According to this absorption speed, Yin-Er would probably be overloaded with energy in only 4 or 6 hours. She might even explode and die. Han Fei couldn't help wondering, What kind of disease is so troublesome? He didn't know if his heaven awakening divine art would be better. What if he was cured after the heavenly awakening divine technique appeared? Why should she suffer such a great pain? After all, the place where they were going was protected by an array. If Een-R's teacher was really a hidden sea expansion realm powerhouse, then if he rashly broke through the space, he would definitely be targeted by the other party. Maybe there would be a misunderstanding and a fight would break out. So, Han Fei simply quietly and quickly attached himself to Wind Spirit. The reason why he attached himself to Wind Spirit was that, after all, his sister was going to be treated later. If he attached himself to what if Een-R's teacher saw him? Maintaining a cautious attitude, Han Fei managed to be patient. As soon as the void turned, he felt a terrifying heat wave coming at him. This wasn't lava, but a flame crystal that burned in the void. Its energy was so strong that it had probably reached the level of a natural spiritual fire. Han Fei's face changed slightly. With this intensity of heat wave, it would be good if Een-R could hold on for an hour. Sure enough, with Een-R's talent ability, she could automatically absorb a huge amount of energy, which would only increase the pressure on her body. And Han Fei looked again. There was no King Martial Uncle Feng here. There was only a man in the mid-level venerable realm. This man was obviously not Martial Uncle Feng. Een-R's reaction at this moment made Han Fei realize that he had been deceived. Een-R's face changed drastically. Sisters, Master Yuan, where is my teacher? Ha. However, Feng Ling's face immediately brightened. She smiled and said, Teacher? You want to find your teacher? Go back to your medicine field and find him. Ha. Sister Yu also smiled lightly, changing her previous image of a nice person. She smiled contemptuously. Han we know that you have heavenly veins and are an extraordinary talent. Alas, you're sick in the head. Even your heavenly veins can't resist the disease. If Martial Uncle Feng could cure it, he would have cured you long ago. Why would he wait until now? You're still too stupid. How could you even believe such nonsense? Wind Spirit smiled contemptuously. Han you want to marry my brother? As long as I take your heavenly veins, my brother will become the most talented man in the glass sky. When his strength improves by leaps and bounds, he may be able to marry Half-King Mushi or even Half-King Lu Ran. How can he fall in love with you? Shameless. Han Een-R's face was pale. She didn't expect that the person who always tried to get close to her would be like this in secret. Although Wind Spirit obviously didn't like her, she still brought Feng Yuan to the medicine field. Besides, the marriage proposal was only Feng Yuan's idea. Her teacher didn't agree at first, but as time went by, seeing that this person had been persistent, she didn't deliberately stop him. Until today, her teacher had been out for more than a month and hadn't returned yet. Unexpectedly, Feng Yuan showed her true colors today. Feng Yuan said, Han I didn't want to. But old lady Feng was too stubborn and didn't let you marry for a long time. To be honest, I really wanted to marry you. If I could give birth to a child in the future, it wouldn't be too late to take your heavenly veins. Oh, it's a pity that before she left, she became tough to me again. Tell me, what can I do? I must take advantage of this period to take your heavenly veins. At that time, who dares to kill me with the heavenly veins? Even if old lady Feng comes back, she can't kill me and destroy the heavenly veins, can she? Looking at these people whose faces changed greatly, Een-R's face immediately turned pale. A jade slip appeared in her hand. She said, This is the power of my teacher's strike. None of you can resist it. Feng Yuan, it's lucky that you exposed yourself so early. Otherwise, if I was fooled and married to you, it would be the shame of my life. Feng Yuan shrugged and said, I didn't want to marry you. How can I not be better than you? Look at yourself. You don't have the height, strength, or figure. Except for your small face and temperament, you don't have anything else. If it wasn't for your heaven's veins, how could I, Feng Yuan, be so stupid to marry you? As Feng Yuan spoke, a figure suddenly flashed, and the jade slip in Yin-Er's hand disappeared and appeared in Feng Yuan's hand. Yin-Er hurriedly tried to detonate her divine soul, only to find that her divine soul was suppressed by Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan said leisurely, "Look, you're so stupid. If you secretly used the power of this jade slip from the beginning, you might really have a chance to kill us. But you foolishly took it out. You're just at the peak of the law enforcer level. Do you think you can stop me?" Feng Ling sneered and said, "Even if you succeed in killing us, you don't know how to get out of here. With the absorption ability of your heavenly veins, you can only wait for death." Yin-Er kept retreating and quickly mobilized her spiritual qi, preparing to explode herself. She had made up her mind to die. She would rather die than let Feng Yuan get what he wanted. However, Yin-Er couldn't move because of a pressure. Feng Yuan said, "Don't waste your energy. I'm going to take your heavenly veins. You're not lucky enough. You should be the most brilliant talent in the Glay Sky, but you're seriously ill. It's a waste to occupy the resources. I'll take the place of the talent for you." Buzzing, Feng Yuan pinched his fingers, trying to grab Yin-Er in front of him. However, in the next moment, a terrifying pressure suddenly descended upon them. Except for Yin-Er, Feng Yuan, and the other two were all prostrating on the ground. Feng Ling and Qian Yu's bones were mostly broken, and they were bleeding from their 7 orifices. They knelt on the ground. As for Feng Yuan, he was also kneeling on the ground. His flesh and blood were tearing apart. Next to them, a black figure stood proudly with his hands behind his back. He said leisurely, "What a vicious pair of brother and sister. Who do you think you are? Do you deserve to take the heavenly veins?" Chapter 1808. Welcome to the new leader, 7th Brown Bear. Thank you for your support. Add a chapter. Han Fei's sudden appearance was certainly unexpected to these people. At this moment, I was looking at Han Fei blankly. For some reason, when this person appeared, she felt a sense of intimacy in her heart. She instinctively breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that this was the person her teacher left to protect her. Because this person saved her, she felt friendly and intimate. At this moment, Feng Yuan, who was kneeling on the ground, said with difficulty, "Senior, I am the only son of the Feng family of the Heavenly Treasure City. Please forgive me for the sake of the Feng family." Han Fei said coldly, "The Feng family is nothing. Today, even if the Azure Sky Master comes, you won't be able to survive, let alone the Feng family." Everyone, Han Yin, secretly stuck out her tongue, thinking that this senior was so domineering. He even compared him with the master of the Azure Sky Master. Feng Ling said, "Senior, you can certainly kill us. However, in this way, there will be no place for Han, Yin, and Granny Feng in the Azure Sky. Why don't we both take a step back? The Feng family will offer a generous gift to make up for Han, Yin, Winner takes all." Feng Ling and Feng Yuan searched around for more than a month. After confirming that Han Yin had no help, they finally took action. Unexpectedly, Han Yin was still protected by someone. Now that she had been defeated, she had no choice but to admit defeat. However, Han Fei sneered, "You deceived my sister with your little mouth. Do you think you can still live?" Bam! Han Fei snorted, and Feng Ling's arms exploded. He groaned in pain and lay on his side on the ground. "Little sister," Feng Yuan glared at Han Fei. "Do you know that if someone is killed, there will be nothing we can do? Who the hell are you? If you know the Feng family, you should know that the Feng family has 7.5 kings. Not everyone can afford to offend us." Hee. Han Fei grinned and looked up at the void. "Who am I? Then listen to me. I am Han Fei, the current leader of the Yin-Yang Heaven. The heaven vein you've been longing for all this time belongs to my younger sister, the one in the void. Come out. Today I have to kill these 3 people even if I can't. I want to see what kind of dragon's pool and tiger's den the glaze sky is. Why can't I barge in? Han Fei's words were like a bolt of lightning that struck Han Yiner's heart. For a moment, she was at a loss and looked at Han Fei in shock. How is this possible? How could she have a brother? Moreover, he was the current immortal master of the Yin Yang Heaven? Who didn't know that Yin Yang Heaven had already perished in the chaotic Azure Sea? Where did the master of the Yin Yang Heaven immortal palace come from? Not to mention even Feng Ling and Feng Yuan were dumbfounded. The first thing they thought was that this man was a liar. It was impossible. Feng Yuan said, "That's impossible. Yin Yang Heaven has disappeared for 80,000 years. How could you possibly come from the Yin Yang sky? And you call yourself the immortal master?" Just when everyone expressed their disbelief, Han Fei didn't even look at them. A black shadow emerged in front of Han Fei. In the next moment, an old lady with white hair quietly appeared. As soon as Han Yin saw the old lady, she hurriedly ran over. "Master!" The old lady heaved a long sigh, reached out to touch Han Yin's head, and then stared at Han Fei. "You're finally here. I didn't expect that it wasn't either of them who came." Han Yin. Oi's heart skipped a beat when she heard this. What does Master mean by this? You're finally here? Could it be that this person in front of me is really my brother? Han Fei raised his head and looked at the old lady. Demon Xianfeng? While everyone was stunned, the old lady smiled gently. "How do you know that I am Xianfeng the demon?" Han Fei said lightly, "When I found the medicinal field, I found that the spiritual energy in the medicinal field was not normal. The entire medicinal field is an array which is in harmony with nature. This is one of the reasons. Secondly, this should be your plan. You want to test the brother and sister of the Feng family, or this Feng Yuan. So, you made an excuse to leave and waited until today. Her strength is not strong. She has a heavenly heritage. So it's impossible for her to be here without the protection of a strong master. I originally guessed that it was the Lord of Glaze who was looking at Gu Yin, but when I sensed that the temperature in this place had dropped slightly to Yin's limit, I was certain that it wasn't the Lord of Glaze. With that, Han Fei looked at the old lady and said, "The only person I can think of is you, the Xianfeng demon." Feng Yuan's heart trembled. The Xianfeng demon? The captain of the demon girl pirates? A king-level master? Feng Ling was dumbfounded, and so was Qian Yu. Is this Han Yin's background so terrifying? In fact, even Yin was looking at her teacher in astonishment. She was indescribably shocked. It turned out that her master was the captain of the demon girl pirates. Only then did Han Fei look at Yin with a gentle gaze. In fact, Han Fei guessed this because of the 9-palace ruler of destiny. And part of the reason why he guessed this was because of the gambling mentality. Han Yin was shocked. Feeling Han Fei's gaze, she didn't dare to look at him, but she was very curious. As for her background, she was not so surprised. This kind of mental fortitude was truly rare. Xianfeng said lightly, "Since you know I'm here, why did you still attack?" Han Fei glanced at Feng Yuan. "How can I stand by and watch when my sister is in trouble?" Xianfeng said lightly, "Since I attacked, I can only attack to the end. Although the relationship between the Yin Yang Heaven and the Glass Heaven is good, the palace master has been away from the chaotic ocean for a long time. The Feng family is indeed a strong family in the Glass Heaven, and they are even stronger than Feng Yuan said. Otherwise, I would have rejected this marriage a long time ago." Han Fei tilted his head. "Just 7.5 kings?" Xianfeng smiled gently. "What do you think?" Han Fei snorted. "Do you mean the Feng family has kings?" Xianfeng asked. "Do you still dare to fight if there are kings?" Han Fei smiled. "How many kings are there in the Glass Heaven?" Xianfeng said, "There are 4 kings, the Lord of Glass, Qiu Yueming, Feng Xinlan, I am the grand mystic phoenix. Han Fei looked at Xian Feng. I didn't plan to meet you, but now that I see you, I understand. Who can you stop? Xian Feng smiled foolishly. Do you think I will help you? Han Fei said, since you have been taking care of for so many years and spent more than a month to fish out these people's vicious intentions. If you had other plans, you wouldn't have waited until now. Xian Feng smiled faintly. Today, the Lord of Glass went to the Taishan heaven. Han Fei's heart did a flip. So, now there are only Qiu Yueming and Feng Xinlan left in the glass heaven. Xian Feng's meaning couldn't be more obvious. The Lord of Glass's departure was probably the last straw that drove Feng Yuan to take the risk. And the departure of the Lord of Glass also meant that there were only 2 kings left in the glass heaven except for Xian Feng. Now, it seemed that Xian Feng wanted to see his courage and strength when she asked him if he dared to fight. Han Fei said with a smile, I dare to fight the crazy 4 kings, so I can certainly deal with Feng Xinlan. If you want to see, then see. Then Han Fei reached out and grabbed Feng Yuan's neck. Using the void lines and the soul-searching technique, he immediately found the location of the Feng family. Han Fei grinned. After all, the yin-yang heaven will return sooner or later. Today, let's take it as the beginning. Boom! On the Jingxin Earth Fire platform on the Island of Fire, there was a roar between heaven and earth. The sound spread for thousands of miles and rippled in the void. At that moment, in the glass heaven, countless half-kings and venerables opened their eyes and looked in the direction of the Jingxin Earth Fire platform. They saw someone walking in the void, crossing the glass heaven with a step of 1,000 miles. The man came out of the fire, and the void behind him burst into flames. He went straight to the Feng family. At that moment, under the divine palace, Qiu Yueming, who had just returned, changed his face greatly. Grand mystic phoenix? Wait, who is that person? A charming woman from the Feng family saw through the void. She saw someone carrying a descendant of the Feng family walking in the void. Is he asking for a fight? At this moment, the entire Feng family was on guard against a formidable enemy. The strength of the newcomer was extraordinary. He was obviously here to pick a fight. 6 half-kings of the Feng family stepped in the void in a row. It was lucky that the other person was not here. Among the 6 half-kings, an old man shouted on the spot, Who are you? What do you want to do with the descendant of the Feng family? Feng Ling and Feng Yuan were already scared out of their wits. They had never seen such a scene before. The master of the yin-yang heaven fairies and the captain of the witch pirates were hiding in the glass heaven. At this moment, they suddenly appeared. Who wouldn't be scared? Feng Ling only had time to shout, Third Grandpa, help! Feng Ling only had time to shout this, and then she fell silent. That was because her soul had already been controlled by someone else. The so-called Third Grandpa was the youngest of the 6. He seemed to be a young man. This person shouted, How dare you! You dare to bully our Feng clan! Let my granddaughter go. Otherwise, we can't solve the problem today. Han Fei raised his eyes. Is this the attitude of the Feng family? BM, with a thought from Han Fei, the person named Qian Yu blew herself up. In an instant, her soul was annihilated. At this time, Xian Feng arrived late with Han Iner. The 2 of them didn't walk fast. Xian Feng said, I didn't know you had a brother, but it's very likely. I also have an ominous feeling about him. So, I won't give you to him casually. Let's see if he chooses to go with him in the end. R's heart was in a mess at this moment. It would be a lie to say that she was not excited. As soon as this brother appeared, she felt a special sense of intimacy in her heart. That was the connection from the bloodline. She desperately hoped for this kinship. At this moment, seeing Han Fei begin to slaughter people in front of the Feng family, couldn't help but panic. After all, the Feng family was not an ordinary family. Chapter 1809. Without hesitation, Han Fei killed one of them first. Then he said to the old man, "Are you mad at me?" Han Fei had fought his way up and experienced countless battles, big and small. When he was angry, he was full of murderous intent. When he was mad, his energy soared to the sky. At this moment, Han Fei just raised his head and killed a person. Although she was not a member of the Feng family, she was still a genius of a small family. At such a young age, she had already reached the realm of an advanced explorer. However, Han Fei killed her in public. How domineering was that? The third grandpa was about to be furious, but someone stopped him. "Who are you? Why did you do this to a member of the Feng family?" Although this person spoke to Han Fei, his eyes were looking at Qian Feng. Half of Feng Ling's body was directly broken and exploded into nothingness. A scream shook the entire Feng family. "How dare you?" How could Han Fei's 100 beasts, soul-suppressing, roar lose to them? Han Fei's voice was like rolling thunder, and everyone in the Feng family below the venerable realm couldn't bear it. Fortunately, a large array appeared and blocked the voice. Han Fei shouted, "Did I give you any face? Where are your eyes looking? Can't you tell who is the real boss?" Immediately, everyone in the Feng family was angry but dared not speak. Feng Ling was pinched in Han Fei's hand, but this guy attacked like a madman without even blinking his eyes. This was clearly a provocation. At this moment, everyone in the Feng family and the half-lords couldn't sit still. They had been slapped in the face. If they still didn't take action, how would the other big clans and various venerable experts in the Heavenly Treasure City look after the Feng family? Swish, 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 then the 6 half-monarchs attacked simultaneously. Of course, the 6 of them knew that the battle couldn't start in the Heavenly Treasure City, but in the void. How could the billions of people on the floating island bear the battle between half-lords? However, when these people were about to pull Han Fei into the void, suddenly, Han Fei stepped out, pointed his finger, and a golden light burst out, directly blowing up one of them. Then, Han Fei's figure flickered as if he had appeared in many places at the same time. He made a fist mark, held a big hand, or stepped on the void. The ability to absorb the spiritual energy within 100 kilometers in an instant and the palm or fist mark that contained a strong Taoist sense didn't give these people a chance to break the void at all. Bang, boom, boom, boom. 1 face and 3 books exploded. Although the other 2 did not explode, their bodies were badly damaged. Han Fei easily swept through the 6 of them. If he wanted to kill, the Feng clan's half-kings would be slaughtered in one breath. This scene shocked all the venerables in Heaven Treasure City. Hiss! Who is this child? Has a new king appeared in the glazed sky? Secondly, his speed can be considered peerless and his strength is amazing. Half-kings from the Feng clan can't even take 1 round against him. Where did this person come from? With a wave of his hand, he shattered a half-king, yet he was still able to control his power and not let it leak out. What exquisite control! Of course, although Han Fei had smashed the half-king level powerhouses, he didn't kill them. He was just intimidating them. While the venerables of Heaven Treasure City were shocked, Qiu Yueming arrived from the sky. She said, "Granny Phoenix, what's going on? Why do you let him do whatever he wants?" However, Qian Feng moved slightly and stood in front of Qiu Yueming. She said lightly, "There must be a reason for this. Moon Monarch, why don't you keep watching?" Qiu Yueming narrowed her eyes. Others might not know, but the king certainly knew Granny Phoenix's strength. This person had already reached the Pioneer Sea State and was not weak. She had been farming in the Jingxin Dao Academy. Apart from farming, she only had 1 disciple. Why did she suddenly get involved in today's matter? Seeing Granny Phoenix blocking her way and Han Fei's strength just now, Qiu Yueming thought this person is only a half-king, but he killed half-kings like crushing shrimps. Who on earth is he? However, Since Feng Xinlan hadn't done anything yet, she might as well watch first. After being attacked by Han Fei, the half-kings all looked at Han Fei solemnly after they were reborn. The leader said, "Who are you? Where did you come from? Why are you attacking the Feng family so openly?" At this moment, they didn't want to drag Han Fei into the void to fight, because they couldn't defeat him at all. They even suspected that they had met a king. Han Fei grinned. "You finally calmed down a little. Hee hee, but I don't want to talk to you. Let Feng Xinlan out." The 6 half-demon monarchs of the Feng clan turned red. Who would be able to endure such provocation? But they couldn't turn to a king every time something happened. If a king showed up, a small matter would become a big deal. The old man said, "I'm the master of the Feng family. Why bother the kings of the Feng family? Why don't we settle it here?" Han Fei didn't care. He said, "You want to settle it? Fine. Feng Ling and Feng Yuan tricked my sister and wanted to steal her heavenly heritage. If I hadn't come in time, I'm afraid it would have been done. Tell me, how will the Feng family appease my anger?" "Huh, your sister." At this moment, everyone focused their eyes on Han Yin. This little girl was also a legendary figure. Her heavenly heritage had long been seen through, and she had been kept in the Jingxin Dao Academy for cultivation. Because of Granny Feng and the Jingxin Dao Academy, no one would think about this person. Glancing at Feng Ling and Feng Yuan, the ancestral patriarchs of the Feng family could probably confirm the truth of the matter. However, they really didn't expect that this little girl had such a background. Qiu Yueming was also slightly surprised. He had never heard that this little girl had any relatives or friends. When she first came out, her talent was indeed amazing. However, soon, everyone found that something was wrong. This woman's soul body was incomplete, and she would definitely die during the heavenly tribulation. She would be stuck at the peak of law enforcer for the rest of her life. That was why many experts didn't want to take her as a disciple. The Feng family had a sea expansion king, even if it was just for Granny Feng's sake. As long as her descendants didn't die, they had to give in. Otherwise, what would others think of the Feng family? The leading half-king said, "Fellow cultivator, since this has happened, the Feng family will definitely punish these two severely. Fortunately, your sister is fine. The Feng family will pay 1,000,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones as compensation." Han Fei smiled faintly, and the aura around him fluctuated, making everyone realize that something was wrong. BM Feng Ling, who was in front of Han Fei, exploded and died on the spot. Feng Ling was just an explorer. If he exploded, he would really die, and there was no way he could be resurrected. "Don't you dare!" The half-kings of the Feng family all roared. They were all furious. Who would have thought that Han Fei would kill him so easily? Damn it, at least give us a reason. If you can't come to an agreement, why don't you talk about the conditions? What do you mean by killing people so easily? But even so, they didn't dare to take action. If it weren't for the king, they wouldn't even dare to confront Han Fei now. Qiu Yueming frowned deeply. "Granny Feng, is it too much?" Granny Feng smiled faintly. "You should pay with your life. There's nothing wrong with that." Yin couldn't help but be moved. She said, "Master, should we forget it?" However, her master, who had always loved her, shook her head slightly. "You can live if you commit some crimes. You can't live if you commit some crimes. In the world of cultivation, people are always different." Qiu Yueming's heart did a flip. What did Granny Feng mean? People are always different? Could it be that this little lass had a shocking background? In the sky above the Feng family, a beautiful woman suddenly appeared. She was in a green dress and her eyes were cold. She said, "You've passed. Your sister is a human being. How can you slaughter the children of the Feng family? You're in trouble today." Han Fei's lips curled up slightly. "Oh, you've come out after all. Do you think you can put on airs as a king? However, it's never a good thing to put on airs in front of me. Feng Xinlan, right? I'll give you a chance. You can make a condition that I can't refuse. Don't make me take it myself." At this moment, everyone looked at Han Fei in a different way. Facing a king, he was so relaxed and calm. This courage alone was rare in the world. Who exactly was this person? If there was such a person in the glass sky, the Feng family must have heard of him. Feng Xinlan said, "You're a half-king. Who gave you the courage to challenge a king?" Han Fei said disdainfully, "I'll give you another chance to organize your words. Make a condition that I can't refuse." Feng Xinlan narrowed her eyes. "What if I say no?" As soon as Feng Xinlan said that, she disappeared without a trace. A Luan ring descended from the sky. However, apart from the ring, there was also a sky-reaching fist mark. Boom! Clang! The ring was blown away by the punch. The terrifying, explosive power swept across the world. "Stop!" Qiu Yueming roared. The power of a king suppressed the world and locked the terrifying explosion in this space. Qiu Yueming roared. "Do you want to destroy the heavenly treasure city? You're a king. How can you be so ignorant?" Whether it was Qiu Yueming or Feng Xinlan, they were both shocked. Who the hell is this guy? He's just a half-king, but he can defeat a king? And he doesn't even retreat. Ha ha! I gave you a chance. But you didn't listen. What a shame. Under the eyes of Qiu Yueming and Feng Xinlan, Han Fei controlled Feng Yuan to explode. Han Fei grabbed the power of the explosion and banished it into the void. Han Fei's dominance shocked the entire Feng family. Xian Feng watched this scene quietly from the beginning to the end. She thought to herself, "The son of the palace master is so powerful. He's indeed the heir of the yin-yang heaven. He's even stronger than what Pearl described." At this moment, Han Fei said casually, "You missed a chance. Now I'll give you another chance. Give me a compensation that I can't refuse. Otherwise, the Feng family doesn't need to exist anymore." At this moment, not only Feng Xinlan was enraged, but even Qiu Yueming looked at Han Fei in shock. "Are you *king crazy?" Feng Xinlan gritted her teeth and said, "I'd like to see how you're going to hurt the Feng family." Qiu Yueming roared, "I don't care who you are. This is the glass sky. How dare you act violently in the glass sky? This is not just the Feng family's business anymore." Han Fei looked back at Xian Feng. At this moment, Xian Feng smiled and said, "Moon Prince, let's wait and see." Qiu Yueming roared coldly, "What are you waiting for? This butcher is wreaking havoc in the glass sky. Granny Feng, are you going to take advantage of your seniority just because the master of the glass sky is watching over you?" Granny Feng said casually, "If so, Moon Prince, don't blame me for attacking you." Qiu Yueming said coldly, "Granny Feng, are you going to leave the glass sky?" Granny Feng shook her head slightly. "Yes, I don't need to stay in the glass sky anymore." The illusions of mountains and rivers appeared next to Han Fei, and Xia Shaochan appeared. When Xia Shaochan showed up, she was stunned. "What's going on? Who's going to fight who?" Han Fei said, "Girl, take care of my sister for me. I'll meet the king of the glass sky." Although Xia Shaochan didn't know what happened, the moment she saw she immediately appeared next to and Granny Feng. Granny Phoenix, on the other hand, glanced at Xia Shaochan in surprise, thinking, "Han Fei is worried about me." Han, and Xia Shaochan looked at each other. The two looked at each other, and Xia Shaochan smiled. "Little sister." Blushed and immediately lowered her head timidly. After hesitating for a moment, she said with difficulty, "Sister-in-law?" When the kings saw that Han Fei called out a half-king, they didn't wonder why Xia Shaochan was a half-king, but that Han Fei carried a small world with him. A strong master who could carry a small world with him was a great opportunity. In the next moment, Han Fei disappeared instantly. Under Han Fei's feet, the void within 100 kilometers cracked and shattered. On Han Fei's fist, soaring killing intent was unparalleled, reflecting the sky. Han Fei said, "Since you won't give it to me, I'll take it myself." Chapter 1810. Taishan Heaven. When Han Fei attacked the Feng family, the four palace masters of Taishan Heaven, Boundless Heaven, Glaze Heaven, and Sword God Heaven gathered. At this moment, a young man was standing respectfully below the four of them, reporting something. If Han Fei were here, he would definitely recognize this person. Wasn't this Song Kaiyuan who had been robbed by him twice? Song Kaiyuan said, "For palace masters it should be him. The man who calls himself Black Impermanence uses the boundless heavens treasure, the infinity water. Not only has he embarked on the invincible road, but he has also mastered the space great Tao and an unknown great Tao that can multiply his strength. I can't tell his disguise, but his offensive methods are similar to the heavenly illusionary divine walk, the Big Dipper, and the 100 beast soul suppression roar. He should also have some connection with the Beast King, Heaven." The one from Boundless Heaven said, "Kaiyuan, just tell me, do you know who he is? If we didn't see it, there would be no need for us to come here." Song Kaiyuan nodded slightly. "I only know one of his identities. Although this person tried to hide it, his momentum in battle can't be faked. He and Saint Child Shuezhan of the Snow God Temple are very similar when they use fist techniques. These two people should be the same person." "Huh." Mui Shui Sisi, who was reporting with Song Kaiyuan, widened her eyes in astonishment. "When he wears that mask, no one will love him." Song Kaiyuan rolled his eyes at Mui Shui Sisi and said, "At first, I wasn't sure, but it's not difficult to be sure after considering the details. Saint Child Shuezhan and the Heavenly Imperial Court battle ranked first, but in front of the Bronze Gate, he moved less than 1,500 meters. Then he wrapped himself in the Ice Lotus. It seemed to be an epiphany, but in fact it was not. With such an opportunity, there was no reason for him to stop. Shuezhan's physique was even better than Wu Hao's, and this person's physique was also very strong. In the end, Song Kaiyuan said, "This person has been on the Invincible Road for a long time. The Invincible Road is extremely rare in the chaotic, vast sea. According to the principle of attraction, no matter how low-key he is, as long as he grows to the Demi-Monarch realm, there's no reason he won't be exposed. Even if he is in the outer sea, he can't hide the light of the Invincible Road." The Lord of Glaze asked, "So, you're certain that they're the same person?" The Sword Heavenly Skies Palace Master said indifferently, "Is it possible that it's a clone?" Song Kaiyuan shook his head slightly. "It can't be a doppelganger. If it was his external incarnation, there was no need for Shuezhan to hide in front of the Bronze Gate. The land of the king's grave opened once every 300 years. He would not allow himself to remain there, so he must have come out by now. Since they were not avatars, they would have to avoid the detection of Yi Qinglong and Ji Xian if they wanted to come out. Either their concealment techniques had reached a level where even king tiers would find it difficult to detect them, or they had a small world with them. Even if he had a portable small world, someone would need to bring it out of the King Repose land. So, how could he make these two disappear perfectly? This was a huge problem. Therefore, when all sorts of coincidences come together, it is no longer a coincidence." Song Kaiyuan slowly raised his head and said, "In conclusion, this person is either a king-level beast tamer or a projection clone. Otherwise," the immortal masters glanced at each other. In the end, the Lord of Taishan Heaven said slowly, or the long-lost Gemini, divine technique. Mui Shui Sisi looked at her senior brother in shock. She hadn't noticed anything wrong from beginning to end. Why did senior brother discover so many problems in the details? The one from the Sword God Palace said, "In front of Yi Qinglong and Ji Xian, a king-level beast tamer would have nowhere to hide. The unique aura of the Expansion Sea realm could not be concealed no matter how hard he tried. Unless his power completely surpassed Yi Qinglong and Ji Xian's. But with that kind of power, there was no need for him to go to the land of the king's grave, let alone rob it. The Lord of Glass nodded. That's right. He was already at the Expansion Sea realm. Why would he do something so boring? This person is probably not a king, level beast tamer, yet. The one from the immeasurable heavens said slowly. So, the turbulence in the savage abyss a while ago was actually because someone came out. Song Kaiyuan said, I thought of this because of the turbulence in the savage abyss. Otherwise, I would have overlooked this matter and thought it was all a coincidence. The one from the immeasurable heaven shook his head slightly. It can't be a coincidence. You've already explained it to this extent. It's impossible to describe it as a coincidence anymore. The yin-yang heaven has disappeared for more than 80,000 years. I'm afraid those people are reaching the end of their lifespans. It's time for them to show themselves. The Taishian Heavenly Palace Master said, Actually, just the matter of the infinity water is basically enough. Don't forget, the place where Tianhuang City fell was in the yin-yang heaven. The one from the Sword God Palace said indifferently, Let's end this matter here. Once the yin and yang come out, how can Zhu Gong continue to fall? The Lord of Glass said, If the yin-yang heaven and Jiu Gong heaven return, the 36 Xiantian heavens will probably have to choose a new side. At least the Snow God Palace has chosen. The Taishian Heavenly Palace Master said, slowly, I just don't know what happened to them. If they could really return, why would they need to hide? I'm not very optimistic about this right now. If they return, the 36 Xiantian heavens will go to war again, and all lives will be lost. They might as well not return. The Taishian Heavenly Palace Master said to Song Kaiyuan and Mushui Sisi, You too can leave. This matter can't be told by a third person other than the two of you. Yes, not long after Song Kaiyuan and Mushui Sisi left. Suddenly, Azure frowned. The one from the Sword God Palace asked, What's wrong? Azure said, There's something in the glazed sky. I have to go back first. Glazed sky, heavenly treasure city. The void within 1,000 miles cracked. Now, with all his strength, his spiritual energy dismantling rate was 100%. The power of the Great Path was 30% stronger than before, and his strength broke out to the limit. With a casual point of his hand, there was a super-huge force of nearly 100,000 waves. The power of the Great Path condensed in an instant and moved at will. The power seemed to be infinite. This was the benefit of perfectly dismantling spiritual energy. And this was because Han Fei didn't have a clone projection. This kind of power was by no means comparable to ordinary kings. But at this moment, when Han Fei fought with the kings of the inner domain, he found that they were a bit evenly matched. In the end, he had underestimated the kings of the world. It stood to reason that, with his current strength, he could almost beat the White Armor Emperor. However, today's battle with Feng Xinlan was just a draw. In Xian Feng's eyes today, she just wanted to see Han Fei's strength and his means. Now she had seen his strength. He could fight with Feng Xinlan like this at the Half-King realm. She accepted that the yin-yang sky was in his hands. As for his means, Han Fei was fierce and domineering. He would fight without saying a word, and he was full of murderous intent. Obviously, he didn't come here for nothing. This meant that Han Fei must have experienced a lot of things before. However, his domineering character made Xian Feng a little unhappy. This was a bit different from the style of the palace master. At this moment, the two sides had only fought for less than 5 minutes. Above the sky, there was already no sun, and the void cracks were everywhere. Occasionally, some auras escaped, forcing Qiu Yueming to temporarily suspend the game with Xian Feng and constantly clean up the mess of the two people in the sky. Qiu Yuming scolded, Feng Xinlan, stop. Do you want to destroy the heavenly treasure city? Feng Xinlan snorted. This guy dares to provoke the Feng family. How can we stop? Han Fei sneered. How noble is my sister's status. If the glass sky hadn't taken her in all these years, do you think it would be a small matter? Feng Xinlan scolded, noble? I'd like to know how noble her identity is. Han Fei sneered. I'm on the same level as the glass sky. What do you think of my sister? Huh? Feng Xinlan and Qiu Yueming's first reaction was, what are you bragging about? However, on second thought, this guy's strength is indeed terrifying. He's only a half-king realm, but he's already on par with a king realm master. If he passes the heavenly tribulation and becomes a king realm master, how strong will he be? The two of them thought more deeply. What does he mean by being on the same level as them? That Granny Phoenix was obviously on this guy's side. Her subordinate is a king realm master. This guy's identity. Hiss, Qiu Yueming's and Feng Xinlan's heart sank. Is he the master of a divine palace? BM, Han Fei and Feng Xinlan threw their hands at each other and stood in midair. Feng Xinlan finally calmed down. Lu Li wasn't here. Qiu Yueming was stopped by Granny Phoenix, and this guy was on par with her. If the fight went on, only the heavenly treasure city would be damaged. However, Feng Xinlan couldn't turn a blind eye to Han Fei's fatal attack. Seeing that the two of them stopped, Qiu Yueming immediately stepped out of the void and came to them. Qiu Yueming roared, I don't care who you are. If you really touch the heavenly treasure city, you'll be a mortal enemy of the glass sky. Your sister has been saved, and the murderer was killed by you on the spot. If you push your luck again, you won't just be pissing off the glass sky. As if he didn't hear Qiu Yueming, Han Fei looked through the void and asked Xianfeng, Does Lu Li know Yiner's identity? Xianfeng nodded. Yes. Han Fei asked, How long has Yiner been in the glass sky? Xianfeng replied, 63 years. Han Fei was briefly stunned, but then he thought, there's nothing wrong with the number of years. Counting the time when he was on Earth, it was only a few years. In the world of cultivation, a mere few decades or centuries were no different from a few months, or even dozens of months. Han Fei slightly nodded. Han Fei glanced at Feng Xinlan and Qiu Yueming indifferently and snorted. The glass sky's kindness of taking my sister in is over because of the Feng family. Tell Lu Li that I'm taking Yiner away. When we meet again, it's up to you whether we're enemies or friends. I don't refuse anyone. Chapter 1811. For Han Fei, even if he couldn't win, he had to win in terms of momentum. Regardless of whether he could win or not, he had to give her some harsh words first. Besides, Feng Xinlan didn't dare to really fight. After all, this was the sky above the heavenly treasure city. If they really fought, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, under Qiu Yueming's repeated scolding, Feng Xinlan finally stopped. But Han Fei was still clamoring after he stopped. He didn't want to owe others a favor. He was very satisfied with what happened today, no matter what the relationship between Lu Li and his mother was. After the new generation replaced the old, the Yin-Yang heaven couldn't be owed a favor casually. Qiu Yueming said coldly, Don't go too far. You keep saying Palace Master's name, but you need to have the qualifications to do so. Ha ha ha, Han Fei laughed. She'll know whether I'm qualified or not when she comes back. With a swish, Han Fei retreated from the void, and his voice was still echoing. Remember, the Feng family has used up the favor I owe Lu Li. Feng Xinlan secretly thought, not good. The favor this person said must be very important. This person came to pick a fight with her in such a big way, but he didn't ask for compensation. For this favor, she was afraid. However, as soon as Han Fei finished speaking, he had appeared in the outside world. If she compensated, it would be a disgrace to the Feng family. The rumors about the Feng family in the heavenly treasure city would probably disappear. Xia Shaochan was standing next to Yin, feeling that the atmosphere was subtle. As if to start a topic, Xia Shaochan said, Yin, do you want to know your brother's embarrassing stories when he was a child? Huh. Yiner was stunned. Why did she mention this? However, she was really curious. What was brother like before? Not to mention Yin. Even Xianfeng was curious. Xia Shaochan said, "When I first met him, he was only a fishing master, and his spiritual heritage was only level 3. Compared to your talent, it's far too lacking." Xia Shaochan had just started, and she hadn't finished her sentence yet. With a swish, Han Fei broke out of the void and looked at Xia Shaochan speechlessly. "Hey, I'm just going to fight. Can we not talk about this?" Xia Shaochan was speechless. "Why did you go so fast?" Xian Feng shook her head slightly. "It's fine as long as you don't owe me any favors." Han Fei grinned. "Of course." Behind him, Feng Xinlan and Qiu Yueming also broke through the void. Qiu Yueming shouted, "How can Feng Xinlan replace the Glazed Lord?" Han Fei sneered without looking back. "The Feng family belongs to the glass sky. If the Feng clan makes a mistake, it's Liu Li's mistake. Feng Xinlan, you've already killed 2 people from my Feng clan. What's the meaning of this? The 2 of them have done all kinds of evil and deserve to die. They don't deserve to be used as bargaining chips." Before the 2 of them could refute, Han Fei said, "The grudge has been settled. I'm leaving. Are you 2 going to stop me?" Qiu Yueming, "Why don't you wait for the Lord of Glaze to return?" Han Fei sneered. "She's not an old friend. Why are you waiting for her? Just because I'm not making a move now doesn't mean I'm easy to talk to. Don't talk about those useless things. Why don't you let me try? Otherwise, I'll be leaving." Then, Han Fei looked at Xianfeng. The 2 of them looked at each other and left with Xia Shaochan and Yin Er. Qiu Yueming and Feng Xinlan wanted to stop them, but once they did, there would be a fierce battle. Qiu Yueming sighed gloomily. "The Feng family, hurry up and give an explanation to the outside world to put an end to this matter as soon as possible. I've already informed Liu Li to come back. We seem to have been tricked." Feng Xinlan's face was dark. It was useless to say anything else. They could only wait for Liu Li to come back and preside over the situation. Half a day later, when Liu Li returned, although the battle had long since ended, she could still learn some things from many people with a sweep of her divine sense. Liu Li's perception scanned the Feng family and saw Qiu Yueming and Feng Xinlan were both there. She immediately said, "Come to see me." After a moment, Feng Xinlan said, "This should be done by the 2 bastards of the Feng family, but everything happened too fast. And that kid was too domineering and killed them on the spot. I didn't know his real intention immediately." Qiu Yueming said, "Liu Li, that kid, and that Granny Feng, who are they? What's the secret behind them?" After listening to the 2, Liu Li said calmly, "You want to return the favor just like that? Dream on." Qiu Yueming said, "Liu Li, is this favor very important?" Liu Li said indifferently, "At least not so cheap." Feng Xinlan heard this and thought I was tricked. It was also that kid's fault. His attitude at that time was too unyielding, and he was provoked. Feng Xinlan said, "Liu Li, who are they?" Liu Li said, slowly, "The one who came today should be the current master of Yin Yang Sky. Granny Feng, Xian Feng of the Witch Pirates, Han Yin Han Guanchu, and Jiang Lingxian's daughter." Hiss! Qiu Yueming and Feng Xinlan were shocked. "Yin Yang Sky, Xian Feng?" Qiu Yueming was shocked. Didn't Yin Yang Sky disappear 80,000 years ago? Are they coming back? Feng Xinlan thought, "Do they have the confidence to come back?" Liu Li said, "Too many people have forgotten the true reason we exist in the chaotic ocean since the degenerate era. If someone leaves, they will definitely return. You don't have to worry about this. Xinlan, it's best not to make enemies." Feng Xinlan was silent for a moment. "I'll wait and see how that kid will come back." Liu Li shook her head and thought, "There are still a lot of things you don't know." Liu Ran and Mu, she were discussing the Feng family. "Mu," she said, "what happened in the Feng family can't be caused by a half-monarch. They said that the half-monarch of the Feng family was deducing a great art. It's obviously a lie. Lu Ran shrugged. Isn't that obvious? Your master has already made a move, which means it's for the ordinary people to hear. But don't ask about it. There's nothing to ask. What if your master has a conflict with the Feng family? Can you still fight the Feng family? They were chatting when they heard a voice. Lu Ran, Mu Shi, come see me. Lu Ran and Mu Shi looked at each other in surprise. Palace Master Liuli? In the sea region outside the glass sky, on a certain route in the fog, a big blue ship was sailing on the sea. From time to time, it would perform a void teleportation. Finally, after 2 hours, this kind of void teleportation stopped. After a while on the deck, Han Fei controlled the fishing rod with the power of his soul and caught a few low-level lobsters casually. Xia Shaochan was next to him, fiddling with the barbecue grill. From time to time, she also waved the fishing rod into the sea to find some low-level prawns, conches, and mantis shrimp. Yin was standing far away, looking curiously at Xia Shaochan and Han Fei, who were busy. Han Fei said, Yin, you don't know me? I thought you knew me. Yin, seeing that Yin didn't speak, Han Fei smiled and said, Everyone has a Yin soul and a Yang soul. It's the Yang soul that supports you in your body, but you still lack a Yin soul. She is waiting for me to take you back. In this way, the Yin and Yang souls will become one, and you can break through to the peak of Law Enforcer realm. With the strength you have accumulated over the years, the Explorer realm should be a very fast transition for you. Hearing what Han Fei said, Yin frowned. Yin soul? Han Fei chuckled. With a thought from him, an extremely complicated array slowly took shape on the hull, which was exactly a small heaven and earth natural array. Han Fei said, The Tao of Yin and Yang oppose each other, unify and nourish each other. Just like the heaven and earth natural array, one enters and one goes out. If I'm not wrong, in your case, you can only enter and not go out. Therefore, you dare not absorb spiritual energy, but can only quickly release the power that has been gathered in your body. Only in this way can you sustain your life. This was very convincing. She couldn't help but seek her teacher's approval. But her teacher was not on the deck. Yin bit the bullet and asked, Where is the Yin soul? Han Fei said with a smile, In the Yin-Yang heaven. Yin asked, Didn't you say that the Yin-Yang heaven disappeared for 80,000 years? Han Fei said, Just because it disappeared doesn't mean it doesn't exist. If there is a way to disappear, there is a way to return. It's a bit difficult, but haven't I reappeared in the chaotic ocean? At this moment, a woman in green with cold eyebrows and eyes opened the cabin. Yin turned around and was immediately dumbfounded. She was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Who else could it be if not Xian Feng? Xian Feng said, Silly girl, I'm a king. How can I look like an old woman? Chilla, a large amount of seasoning was poured into the oil pot, bursting out an alluring fragrance. When the lobster meat was put into the pot, the sizzling sound made everyone swallow their saliva. Han Fei raised his head and said, Nice to meet you, Senior Xian Feng. Xian Feng smiled faintly. Why didn't you greet me before? Han Fei said, It's our first time meeting. Xian Feng didn't argue with Han Fei. She said, What happened to the Yin-Yang heaven? Are the 4 of them still alive? Han Fei knew who Xian Feng was talking about. He said, The master of the Waterwood Palace and the master of the Golden Crow Palace died long ago. Although my mother and father are still alive, they are not in good condition. At this moment, Han Fei looked at Yin and said, Your father is Han Guanshu, the master of the 9 palaces. Your mother is Jiang Linxian, the former master of the Yin-Yang heaven. This is a secret that I, your brother, spent a long time to find out. You won't be able to see them when you go back this time, because I'm not strong enough. But should you call me brother now? Yin opened her mouth and finally lowered her head, saying in a very low voice, Brother! Chapter 1812. Ha ha ha, Han Fei laughed and said, Come on, have a taste of your brother's cooking. As the saying went, more haste, less speed. Was unfamiliar with him, even though she called him brother. When touched the hot pot for the first time, she was completely fascinated. Not to mention even Xian Feng looked at Han Fei in astonishment. This was a completely different concept from the previous domineering master of the Immortal Palace. Xian Feng couldn't help but remember that Pearl and Longwu once said that this guy was a master chef and was known as the invincible chef in the chaotic ocean. In the past, she just thought that Pearl and Longwu were talking nonsense. But now it seemed that it was true. Han Fei asked, is it delicious? Ina nodded. Yes. Han Fei asked, do you want to eat it every day? Tilted her head and glanced at Han Fei, thinking this brother looks like a bad guy who abducts children. Xia Shaochan pinched Han Fei's waist and said to him via voice transmission, what are you talking about? Let's eat. Han Fei, after the meal. Han Fei said, Senior Xianfeng, since Er's spiritual heritage is too high level, why didn't you seal this power at the beginning? Xianfeng shook her head slightly. Why not use the power to wash the body repeatedly? You should have seen that Er's physique is extremely strong. Han Fei nodded slightly. Although his physique was not as good as his, it was indeed much stronger than that of his peers. Han Fei said, that's good, but this way of improving the physique will eventually leave some impure power in Er's body. Although Er's physique looks strong now, there's still a lot of room for improvement. Oh, Xian Feng said in surprise. If it's a body refining technique, Er has probably passed that period now. If you want to completely rebuild your foundation, you have to abolish your cultivation and start over again. But with your heavenly heritage talent, even if you recultivate, it will be much faster. Han Fei shook his head. No need to recultivate. Xian Feng was surprised. No need to recultivate? Do you want to start cultivating now? Now, has been suppressing it for a long time. If he's not careful, he'll have to undergo tribulation. Han Fei said, I have a great technique. It's not the best in the entire chaotic ocean, but it's definitely in the top 3. This technique could remove impurities from the body. Based on Er's current situation, I'm afraid that after the impurities are completely removed, his strength might even be reduced to that of an early-stage law enforcer. Xian Feng's eyes widened. How could there be such a powerful technique? With this technique, even in the entire chaotic Azure Sea, it would be ranked number 1. There would be no such thing as top 3. Han Fei smiled and said, relax. Did not dare to be negligent. Now, in her eyes, Han Fei was a super powerful existence. She was still a little confused. She couldn't imagine that her brother was the master of the Immortal Palace, and that her mother and father were also masters of the Immortal Palace. All of this happened too suddenly. In the past, she had asked her teacher about it. However, her teacher never told her. He only told her to wait. Perhaps she would know the answer if she said wait. How long do I have to wait? The teacher said she didn't know either. Still remembered that when she first asked this question, she was still a child less than 10 years old. Now it had been more than 50 years, and she finally got the answer. As soon as relaxed a little, she saw Han Fei pointing a finger between her eyebrows. At this point, the golden light shone brightly. After a burst of multicolored light, Han Fei looked at Xia Shaochan and said, Girl, relax your mind too. Me. Xia Shaochan was taken aback and wondered, is this body-refining technique still useful to me? Han Fei smiled and said, what do you think? This technique can be practiced at any level. Just take it. Xia Shaochan was confident in Han Fei, so she didn't resist. As for the pure mystic body, Han Fei didn't intend to keep it a secret. In Han Fei's view, this great technique was just a transition after all. If he wanted to now, he could immediately spend 1,000 wisps of chaotic energy to deduce it. However, this body refining technique was enough for the time being, because the body refining technique deduced may not have any universal characteristics of any realm. For example, the indestructible overlord body eventually became the grand mystic body. Although it ranked high, the cultivation conditions were simply too harsh. Now that Han Fei had the pure mystic body, he was going to pass this technique to the Thug Academy. At that time, the disciples of the Thug Academy would all be trained into peerless heavenly talents. In the future, when we fight in the chaotic ocean, we will also have people. Xian Feng wondered, "You're just going to pass on this so-called #1 body-refining technique in the chaotic ocean?" Han Fei smiled faintly. "The chaotic ocean is still too small. Who here has seen it in the outside world? It's just a body-refining technique. If my sister and my wife don't pass it on, who else can I pass it on to?" At that moment, Han Fei's arrogant temperament appeared again. Xian Feng paused for a moment and then said, "The Avenger has already been registered in the martial Emperor City. With 2 sea-quelling bizarre treasures, many people are paying attention to you." Han Fei said disdainfully, "Where I am, the Avenger will be." Xian Feng said, "Show me the Supreme Yin-Yang Wheel and the 9 Palace Fate Ruler." "Huh," Xian Feng said, "although I already believe that you are the son of the Palace Master and the 9 Palace Master, I still have to see it thoroughly. No matter how strong your attainments and arrays are or how much you know about the Yin-Yang Heaven, you still have to see it." Han Fei raised his hand, and the 9 Palace Fate Ruler appeared in his hand. The ruler moved and fell on the ping hexagram. Then, with a thought from Han Fei, Little Black and Little White appeared, and he said, "Since you know the Yin-Yang Heavens so well, you should know them, right?" Xian Feng's eyes became hot. Twin Yin-Yang spirit swallowing fish. Han Fei asked, "What is Yin-Er's spiritual beast?" Xian Feng shook her head slightly. "I don't know why, but it hasn't been awakened until now." Han Fei frowned slightly. He wasn't sure. Maybe Yin-Er was slightly different from him and needed to wait for his Yin soul and Yang soul to merge into one before it could be awakened. Han Fei didn't dwell on this question. With a thought from Han Fei, the small Yin-Yang wheel appeared beside him. But he didn't use the Supreme Yin-Yang wheel because it was not necessary. Han Fei said, "If you hadn't taken care of Yin-Er for so many years, I wouldn't have shown you so much." Xian Feng said one last thing. "I want to know, why is Yin-Er missing a Yin soul?" Han Fei tilted his head and looked at Xian Feng. "I also want to ask, why did Yin-Er appear in the glass sky? Why are you looking after her?" Xian Feng was surprised. "You don't know?" Han Fei said, "I don't know at all." Xian Feng said, "Hundreds of years ago, I faintly heard a call. In the void, I could occasionally hear the Palace Master's call, but it was not very clear. Until one day, a projection of the 9 Palace Master appeared in front of me with Yin-Er. We only had time to say a few words, and the projection of the 9 Palace Master disappeared." Han Fei asked, "What did he say?" Xian Feng said he said to wait. "Take care of Yin-Er. If it's inconvenient, you can go to the glass sky to seek shelter." Xian Feng continued, "The witch pirates wander on the sea all year round, and I wanted to take Yin-Er with me. But later, I found that Yin-Er was very talented and not an ordinary person at all. However, her soul was greatly damaged and she needed to rest, so she went to the glass sky to seek shelter." Han Fei was slightly relieved. "As long as she didn't go to the glass sky at the beginning, it's fine. Otherwise, I'm afraid I can't return the favor." Xian Feng asked, "Where is the Palace Master? Where is the 9 Palace Master?" Han Fei shook his head. "I don't know. Maybe she is in the River of Time, but this is not something we should think about now." When Xian Feng heard the River of Time, the corners of her mouth twitched. "That's really not something we should think about. That damn place is beyond the reach of mortals. Even I can only take a glimpse of time at most. But to jump into time? That's almost no different from courting death. Xian Feng asked, since saving the palace master is not something we should consider, what is? Han Fei grinned. Haha. How long has the 36 black heavens been controlled by these people from the Grand Purity Palace? I'm afraid they have all lost their way. Xian Feng's heart did a flip. What do you mean? Han Fei said, Senior Xian Feng, the witch pirates are still the witch pirates. The Avenger is still the Avenger. We still need to wait for the Yin-Yang heaven to return. I still need time to grow. Xian Feng asked, what do you want to grow? Han Fei asked, do you want to go out of the chaotic ocean and have a look? Xian Feng narrowed her eyes, but Han Fei sneered. Do you think my goal is the 36 black heavens? No, no, no. The moment I comprehended my Taoist heart, my goal was no longer the 36 black heavens. Even if I know there are kings and even emperors here, so what? A group of clowns, after 100,000 years, are still immersed in the chaotic ocean. They don't know how long the world is outside. At that moment, Han Fei looked like a real king. Compared to all the kings that Xian Feng had met, he looked more like a king. Han Fei said indifferently, today's chaotic ocean is a mess. Except for the higher spiritual energy, more resources, and bigger space, there's nothing remarkable about it. The so-called kings are kings, to put it nicely, but to put it bluntly, they are a group of pioneer sea realm cultivators. They are strong now, but it doesn't mean they will always be strong. It's not a matter of hatred between the Yin-Yang heaven and these people, but the reunification of mankind. The reason why Han Fei had this kind of emotion was not because Jiang Linxian said she wanted him to find a way to unify the 36 immortal palaces. It was because after seeing these people, he only felt that a group of strong people ruled a group of weak people. Even so, they were divided into inner and outer domains, only for the imperial palace. An imperial palace had blocked these people for 100,000 years. To be honest, Han Fei didn't like this pattern. First update, asking for votes, end of this chapter. Chapter 1813. While chatting with Xian Feng, Xia Shaochan had quickly comprehended the cultivation method of the void profound body and slowly woke up. Seeing this, Xian Feng stopped the discussion and asked, are you going back to the Yin-Yang heaven? Han Fei shook his head. Before returning to the Yin-Yang heaven, there are still some things I need to deal with. Let's go to the Taishan heaven first. Taishan heaven? Xian Feng was a little surprised, and then she realized what he meant. You want to steal books? Han Fei didn't know what to say. How could she guess that? I only said one name. Xian Feng said, you have mastered the Gemini divine technique, and you have chosen to go to Taishan heaven. Anyone can guess that. Why? Can't I steal it? Xian Feng replied, it's not that I can't steal them, but as far as I know, there are almost no books in Taishan heaven that can be stolen. The Taishan Heaven Academy is a place for the strong to cultivate, and there should be a king there. However, Xian Feng wasn't sure either. Han Fei had the Gemini divine technique, after all. Even if he couldn't steal it, it wouldn't harm his life. It didn't seem like a big problem. Han Fei said, I still have a lot of things to do in the chaotic ocean. The Demoness pirates were still the Demoness pirates. From today onwards, you and I can pretend that we don't know each other. Give me a flight route to Taishan heaven and a flight route to Martial Emperor City nearby, and we can go our separate ways. Of course, I'll take Ina with me. Han Fei and Xian Feng were not familiar with each other. Even if they were related to the Yin-Yang heaven, there was no need for them to work together now. Besides, if there were too many people, it would affect his ability to move around, which would be inconvenient. Xian Feng looked at Han Fei thoughtfully. When will the Yin-Yang heaven return? Han Fei shook his head slightly. Then you'll have to wait and see when I can rival them. Han Fei believed that his strength was extraordinary. If he became a sea pioneer king in the future, his strength would increase several times. Even in this chaotic ocean, there would be very few people who could defeat him. However, no matter how strong one person was, he was not as strong as so many monarchs and even monarchs in the chaotic Azure Sea. Therefore, Han Fei was not invincible. If the Yin Yang heaven were to appear again, the commotion it would cause would naturally not be small. It was impossible for him and Mu Wuhua to fend off the various kings of the chaotic, vast sea. In fact, they couldn't even withstand the attack of two pirate groups. Xian Feng asked again, "Can we return to the Yin Yang heaven?" Han Fei shook his head. "That's unnecessary." The savage abyss had limited resources and sparse spirit energy. It could not compare to the chaotic Azure Sea in all aspects. If the demoness pirates were truly thinking for the sake of the Yin Yang heaven, then they would do their best to preserve their strength. When I return, there will be a storm of blood. Xia Shaochan had already woken up at this time. Listening to the conversation between Han Fei and Xian Feng, she thought to herself, what Han Fei didn't mention is the hidden danger of the mermaid royal family. If he left by force, Chen Huangdian wouldn't be an idiot. He would find out sooner or later. At that time, the spearhead would definitely be pointed at Han Fei. That was why Han Fei said he needed more power. Sigh! Xian Feng threw a jade slip to Han Fei and said, "The truth can't be contained in the paper. Since you have returned, you have shown yourself in the glazed sky. In that case, the news would eventually spread. The news that Yin Yang heaven was about to appear couldn't be hidden for long in the chaotic Azure Sea. Now that you are the master of Yin Yang heaven, you have to bear this responsibility." Han Fei grinned and didn't speak. Counter soldiers with arms and water with earth. From the moment that the Snow Maidens had discovered his identity, he had already been prepared for the Yin Yang heaven to be exposed. Half a day later, when Yin woke up, Xian Feng and Yin talked for a long time in the cabin, and then the two parted ways. When the pirate flag of the Avenger was raised, Xian Feng's heart was slightly gloomy. If possible, she really didn't want to see the master of the Yin Yang heaven appear in the chaotic Azure Sea in such a form. However, Han Fei's strength and grand vision gave her hope again. She decided to wait and see. For the time being, she would gather all the forces of the witch pirates. She had kept a low profile for too long, and it was time to really plunder. Yin said goodbye to Xian Feng with tears in her eyes. When there was only Han Fei and Xia Shaochan on the ship, she was too tense and restrained. Han Fei summoned Nian immediately. "Brother." When Nian came out, there was a little squirrel on her head and a big white rabbit in her arms. Nian said happily, "Brother, I went to Sister Water Luster's place today to see the little crabs. The little crabs are moving." Han Fei's heart did a flip. Has the king crab begun to recover? However, this was not what Han Fei needed to care about now. He said, "Nian this is my sister, Yin. This is the son of an old friend of mine, Nian I guess you two can play together. Let's get to know each other." Han Yin was taken aback for a moment, thinking another sister popped up, and Nian had already run over. "Sister Yin, this is the big white rabbit." "It's so soft." Han Yin saw Nian kick the big white rabbit into her arms. This was the first time she had seen such a magical creature. It was so cute. The rabbit was not afraid of strangers and kept rubbing in Yin's arms. Han Yin asked, What is this?" Nian said rabbit. "Sister Yin, don't you even know a rabbit?" Nian turned her head. "Brother, let's take Sister Yin to the painting, okay?" Han Fei nodded slightly and looked at Yin. "Relax. You and Nian go to the small world to have a look. Your brother will go to the Taishan heaven and the martial emperor city. In the meantime, they might have to delay for a few days. In the small world, the spiritual energy is thin, which will make you feel more comfortable." When the mountains and rivers appeared, Yin and Nian went to the sea, quelling, painting together. Han Fei It heaved a sigh of relief. Are we just going to let them stay in the sea quelling painting? Is it really okay? Han Fei said, with Xiao Sei and the old guys like Tree Spirit, it won't be a big problem. Otherwise, Yin and I aren't familiar with each other, so she would be very reserved. When we return to the Yin Yang Heaven, we'll put them both into the Thug Academy. Thinking about it, it would probably take a while for them to understand this world. After all, Teacher Wenren and the others are better at teaching students than we are. When Yin went to the sea quelling painting, Han Fei immediately swept the route left by Xian Feng, quickly set the sail, and moved towards the Taishan Heaven. He had just fought in the glass sky. When glass sky went back, it would know that someone from the Yin Yang Heaven had come. The glass sky was also on good terms with the Taishan Heaven, the Immeasurable Heaven, and the Sword God Palace. Maybe one day they would tell the other sects about this. Therefore, he had to go to the Taishan Heaven as soon as possible. According to the route given by Xian Feng, Han Fei roughly judged these routes. The routes were always twisted. Because of the twists and turns, it was certain that they took a lot of detours. As for why they took detours, it probably had something to do with some dangerous creatures on this route. Powerful creatures also had a sense of territory, and the existence of the route was mainly to avoid these marine creatures with huge territories. Of course, there should be no lack of creatures suddenly attacking the route, but theoretically speaking, the powerful sea creatures might not run out of their own territory and go to other places to visit. Therefore, Han Fei didn't encounter any danger along the way. The only thing he encountered was a huge octopus halfway, whose strength had reached the peak level of the Venerable Realm. It was conceivable that this big octopus became Han Fei's target of absorption and finally became a food ingredient, until 3 days later, Han Fei came to the sea near the Taishan Heaven through these twists and turns on the route map. The Taishan Heaven was extremely complicated, and the path of cultivation was also extremely complicated. Here, there were tens of thousands of academies of all sizes. Anyway, there were all kinds of things they wanted to learn. Of course, among these academies, there would be some differences in quality and level. For example, some schools had venerables, while some schools might have the strongest explorers. Of course, in the Taishan Heaven, there was a place recognized as the strongest, and that was the academy. The name of the academy was the best in the 36 Shintian heavens, and it was said to contain tens of millions of classics in the world. In the academy, there were all kinds of magical techniques and combat skills. Taishan Heaven, Huntian City, Holy Land of Book Mountain. When Han Fei came to this place, he felt uncomfortable. He had been wandering around here for a day and even read the memories of 2 people in a row, so he knew a lot about the Taishan Heaven. But what made Han Fei speechless was that this academy was on this Book Mountain. And the Book Mountain itself was an array, with many wonderful array diagrams inlaid in it. This was one of them. Secondly, this Book Mountain had very few disciples. It was said that in the entire Book Mountain there were less than 100 inner disciples and less than 1,000 outer disciples. The outer disciples couldn't go to the inner disciples, so this Book Mountain was desolate all year round, and no one climbed it. Glancing at the peak that soared into the sky, Han Fei thought to himself, how many arrays are waiting for me along the way? Even if I'm a master of arrays, how can I sneak in without knowing anything about the arrays? That's impossible. After a day's delay, Han Fei finally couldn't sit still. He said, if these people don't come out all year round, how can I wait here for a few years? No, I have to lure them out. Old Yuan said, those who can be in this academy are probably not weak. How much noise do you have to make to lure them out? Han Fei thought, should I touch the restriction of this Book Mountain and take the initiative to attract the attention of the academy? When they send someone to investigate, I can quietly follow them in. Just as Han Fei was about to implement this plan, he suddenly saw a figure above the Book Mountain, breaking through the restriction of the Book Mountain and coming out. When Han Fei took a closer look, who else could it be but Song Kaiyuan? Han Fei was overjoyed. God is really helping me. Second chapter. Asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 1814. Han Fei was worried that he wouldn't be able to enter the academy. But then Song Kaiyuan came out. Han Fei's impression of Song Kaiyuan was that he looked like a scholar and had a gentle temperament. He was more like a commander with a wide range of knowledge. Before, in the land of King Death, the heavenly talents of the Grand Mystery Palace, the Glaze Palace, and the other 4 palaces were actually under this guy's command. Later, in the battle between Mu Shui Sisi and Mu Shi, Mu Shui Sisi was also constantly commanding Mu Shi to fight. Perhaps this was a major advantage of the Grand Mystery Heaven. Only after reading many battle techniques and cultivation methods, and knowing them like the back of one's hand, could one possess such commanding ability. At this moment, Song Kaiyuan went out. Han Fei certainly wouldn't let him go. With a thought, he chased after him. After a while, on a high-level island in the Grand Mystery Heaven, there should be a high-standard reception port. Here, there were several Half-King experts. At this moment, they were receiving a large ship that had just arrived. Han Fei followed Song Kaiyuan all the way to this place. As soon as he saw the ship, he couldn't help but wonder who was standing on the ship. Wasn't that Lu Ran and Mu Shi? Han Fei was speechless. He had just come from the Glaze Heaven, but these 2 arrived soon after? If he didn't know better, he would think that he was being followed. Song Kaiyuan said, "Junior sister Lu Ran, junior sister Mu Shi, you're here?" Lu Ran said, "Brother Song, I didn't expect to see you again so soon. I didn't expect that you would come to pick us up in person. Where is Sisi?" Song Kaiyuan said with a smile, "That girl is not good at learning. She was punished to read books in the Sutra Tower." "Huh, reading books again?" Mu, she couldn't help but shrink her head, seeming to sympathize with her good sister. Song Kaiyuan said, "It's okay. She is used to being punished. Later, when you go over, that girl will definitely sneak out, but don't go in. But don't go inside. If she can't even endure for half a month, her punishment will definitely be heavier next time." Lu Ran shook her head. "I really don't understand what's wrong with your academy. Sisi is so smart, but she is punished to read books? If it were the Glaze Heaven, I'm afraid I would have to live in the Sutra Tower." Song Kaiyuan smiled and said, "If the master of the Glaze Heaven was willing, you would have been in the academy." "Mu," she said, "then why did we come here?" Song Kaiyuan said, "I'm not too sure about that. I only know that it has something to do with Martial Emperor City. Let's wait. Li Kaitian and Jian, Hui should be on their way. We'll arrive in half a day at most." Han Fei was intrigued. Something related to the Martial Emperor City? What a coincidence. He was really prepared to go to Martial Emperor City. If they wanted to go, he could even hitch a ride with them. Half a day later, Li Kaitian and Jian Hui arrived at the same time. Before he got off the boat, he heard Li Kaitian whining, "I really don't know. What's so urgent? I've only just returned home, and I haven't even had a chance to rest yet. I was just about to go into seclusion for half a year, but before I could even sit down properly, I was kicked out." Jian Hui hugged his sword and said calmly, "What are you here for?" Song Kaiyuan said, "Let's talk about it when we get to the academy. After all, since you're here as guests, my academy has to receive you, right?" Han Fei had already possessed Song Kaiyuan's body, so he naturally followed everyone back to the academy. When they came to the foot of the Book Mountain, Song Kaiyuan led everyone to fly into the Book Mountain. Wherever they passed, the fog receded and the light dissipated. The array seemed to have ignored them. Han Fei was paying attention to these arrays and immediately found that they were extremely complicated, somewhat similar to the method he used to create the maze trial in the Thousand-Star City. Li Kaitian said, "Old Song, there are only a few dozen of you living in this Book Mountain. What's the point of hiding and hiding? It's the same thing every time you come back. If you fall halfway up the mountain, I can't even tell which way is north, south, east, and west." Lu Ran said to shut up. In the first place, he didn't create this mountain of books for a big guy like you. If they only accepted people like you, their academy would have been full. Li Kaitian chuckled. Hey, it's not me who arranged this. These people were very close. Judging from the degree of their relationship, the relationship between the 4 palaces should be quite close. At least, the heavenly talents were very familiar with each other. After a while, they crossed the Book Mountain array and saw fairyland on earth. Here, the spiritual energy was more than 3 times richer than in the outside world. Han Fei saw big birds flying in fright, insects jumping in the woods, waterfalls, mountain springs, grass ponds, lotus flowers, and lush forests. Of course, these were not important. What was important was that, in some woods, between the sparse houses, a tower thousands of meters high stood among them. No matter how the other scenery of the academy was, anyone who came to the academy for the first time would be attracted by this tower. They all knew that this should be the Sutra Tower of the academy. Li Kaitian clicked his tongue and said, Every time I see the Sutra Tower, I can't help but want to go in and take a look. Hey, old Song, can you talk to your senior uncle and let us go in and explore it? Song Kaiyuan smiled and said, If you want to find a few books to read, I can let you enter the Sutra Tower. You all want to explore the books, but I can't make the decision. If you want to ask, you can look for my master. Li Kaitian shrugged. Forget it. My luck has always been bad. It had been 3 times, and each time was worse than the last. Forget it, forget it. I won't ask for it. Han Fei listened to everyone's words and realized that this Sutra Tower was actually composed of 2 parts. The other part was the normal collection of books. There were all kinds of scrolls, battle skills, and countless cultivation techniques here. The other part was something he had to explore on his own. What he got was a complete accident. After entering this place, Han Fei didn't probe with his perception. At the same time, he didn't let the old tortoise investigate. As a famous immortal palace in the inner region, one could not underestimate the kings here. Facts proved that although the old turtle could be said to be knowledgeable and had experienced a long period of depravity, however, his strength was not that exaggerated. If its original body was still here, it might be able to dominate an area and easily sweep through the immortal palace. But the key point was that the old turtle only had 1 spirit now. Han Fei dared not take the risk. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at a lake that was as smooth as a mirror. Behind this lake was the Sutra Tower. There was a person on the lake, dressed in white, standing on the lake with 1 foot, holding a scroll in his hand, as if he hadn't heard the arrival of Song Kaiyuan and the others. When they saw this person, everyone suddenly slowed down a lot. Song Kaiyuan cupped his hands to the man and said, Senior uncle, everyone is here. The man didn't move his eyes away from the page, but gently turned a page. After looking at it for a while, he slowly said, All of you are impetuous. Learn from me and stand still for a day. Everyone. Li Kaiyuan and Lu Ran looked at each other and thought, I knew he would say this. Every time I see this senior uncle, he says the same thing. I have to stand for a day before I can do anything else. Senior uncle, I don't want to read books. I want to stand as punishment. Suddenly, everyone raised their heads and looked at the Sutra Tower. However, at a small window 100 meters above the ground, someone's head could be seen sticking to the window and shouting. Who else could that person be but Mushue Sisi? The man in white slightly frowned. Impolite. Shut up. The man in white stretched out his hand and squeezed, and Mushue Sisi's mouth was closed. She could only stammer but couldn't say anything. Han Fei was intrigued. Damn it, is there a window in the Sutra Tower? His first thought was that he could crawl in. But on second thought, that's not right. This kind of pagoda couldn't have no barriers. He was afraid that once he entered through the window, he would immediately trigger the restriction. However, Mushue Sisi, whose mouth was sealed, was still gesticulating. Suddenly, Mushue Sisi bowed to the man in white and said, Master Thief King, why don't I go to be punished with Sisi? The man in white looked up at Mu Shi and snorted. You have very poor willpower. Go to the tower and copy the calming glaze, sutra 10 times. Han Fei was stunned. Who the hell is this? I'm not your disciple, but you're really good at punishing me? However, why did this punishment feel like special treatment? Han Fei immediately and quietly touched Mu Shi's body. Mu Shi secretly stuck out her tongue and smiled sweetly. Thank you, Master Thief. Then Mu Shi ran to the Sutra Tower. It seemed that she was familiar with the way. When Mu Shi entered the tower, she stepped on 7 or 8 arrays in a row and then went into a passage about 20 meters long at the bottom. At the end of the passage, there was a stone door which opened with a push. Mu Shi passed 6 stone doors in a row, as if she were going home before she came to the real Sutra Tower. Han Fei was dumbfounded when he saw it. The entire inner circumference of the Sutra Tower was full of bookshelves. Not only were there bookshelves on the wall of the tower, but in the middle of the tower, there was a pillar that seemed to lead to the top of the tower. Outside this circle of pillars, there were also layers of bookshelves. This was just the most basic structure of the bookshelves inside and outside. Between them, there were some bookshelves floating in the air. Most of them were in a semi-arc, flying in the air. There were thousands of them. Han Fei reckoned that there were at least 1 million books in this collection. Oh my God! Han Fei had known that there were many books in the Taishan heaven, but he didn't expect there to be so many. But when he thought about how 100,000 years had passed since the end of days, he couldn't help but sigh. It seemed reasonable to have more books. Mu Shi jumped up, rose 100 meters into the air, and hugged Mu Shui Sisi. The two immediately communicated via voice transmission. Mu Shui Sisi said, Sisi, help me teach that bastard senior brother a lesson later. It's all his fault. Uncle Thief King thinks I'm not smart again. Mu Shi seemed to have been used to this scene and immediately said, You are not as smart as senior brother Song. Okay, copy it. Half each. When you finish, let's play book chess. Okay. Han Fei was pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect it to be so easy to sneak in. He thought it would be difficult, but it turned out that stealing books was a piece of cake for him. The 3rd chapter. Please vote. End of this chapter. Chapter 1815. Although Mu Shui Sisi said that she was not liked by her junior uncle, she was actually spoiled. Otherwise, how could a half-king act like a spoiled child in front of a king? How could she find helpers? When Mu Shui Sisi and Mu Shi grabbed paper and pens and began to copy the book, Han Fei looked at the top of the tower. He didn't expect that he would come to the Sutra Tower so easily. Xian Feng also told him that it was difficult to steal the books of the Taishan heaven. It turned out that he didn't spend any effort at all. While the 2 girls were copying the book, Han Fei had already come to the center of the 1,000-meter-high tower. At this point, there were no more bookshelves, and above his head was a starry sky. Han Fei had seen this scene before. Back in the Fiery Mountain in the Level 2 fishery, he had seen this kind of starry sky after climbing up the pillar. The sky above this kind of tower was actually connected to a void, and each bit of starlight actually represented an opportunity, a treasure. Of course, in the Sutra Tower, each bit of starlight should represent a book. Han Fei didn't feel good at all. This kind of treasure hiding method. He had to make more moves in order to gain something. But once he made a move, wouldn't he be discovered by others? Han Fei forced himself to calm down. He still had a way to let old Yuan use the turtle shell sky sealing technique to temporarily cover the space. Of course, if he did this, it was also very likely that he would be discovered. Han Fei didn't want to run out so quickly. After all, it wasn't easy to get in. If he left without any gains, wouldn't it be a big loss? The purpose of Han Fei's visit was to find a body-refining technique that was suitable for him. There were many books in the Taishan heaven. If he chose a few dozen, he could push the demon purification pot and fuse it with the pure mysterious body. Maybe he could get a more powerful technique. The pure mysterious body was ranked 998th in the Pioneer Sea realm. Among the thousands of races in the sea, it seemed extremely strong, but Han Fei knew that as long as there were enough body-refining techniques, he could come up with more powerful techniques. Didn't it smell good? However, when Han Fei tried to fly into this starry sky, he was speechless to find that the stars were retreating. F*CK, Han Fei immediately retreated. Fortunately, he just tried to get a little closer. If the commotion was too big, wouldn't they be exposed on the spot? However, just as the stars retreated, Mushui Sisi could not help but look up at the top of the pagoda. Why did the sea of books move? Mu, she said, isn't it always moving? Mushui Sisi shook her head. No, that was wandering. But this time it was a hit and run. Just as Mushui Sisi recovered from her shock, she saw that the white-clothed martial uncle had appeared in the pagoda with a whoosh. Mushui Sisi was shocked and hurriedly transmitted her voice. Martial uncle, I'm not slacking off. However, the white-robed martial uncle said indifferently, Kai Yuan, come in. Following that, Song Kai Yuan, Lu Ran, Li Kaitian, and Jian Hui entered the scripture pagoda. Mui, Shui Sisi asked in surprise, why are you punished too? Song Kai Yuan shook his head, helplessly. This silly junior sister. Why is she always so stupid at critical moments? The man in white said, All right, this show has been going on for you for so long. It's time for you to show yourself. Should I call you Shuezhan or Han Fei? Or should I call you Yin Yang Palace Master? Everyone, except for Song Kai Yuan, everyone was dumbfounded. What did he mean? Lu Ran and Mu, she were also dumbfounded. Snow battle? Why does it have to be snow battle? Li Kaitian couldn't help but say, Han Fei? Isn't that the captain of the Avengers? And Han Fei himself was also dumbfounded. What's going on? I've been discovered. My perfect concealment technique has been seen through. Outside the Book Mountain, in a restaurant, Han Fei, Xia Shaochan, Yin, and Yen are having dinner. Suddenly, Han Fei's pupils constricted, and he couldn't help looking in the direction of the Book Mountain. Excellent. Is this Book Mountain prophetic? How did it know I was coming? Xia Shaochan asked, What's wrong? Han Fei said carelessly, I've been discovered. In the scripture pagoda, Mui Shui Sisi and the others looked around in a daze. There were only a few of them in this pagoda. Who is senior uncle talking to? The man in white said casually, Since it's confirmed that you are here, you must be here. You've just been to the glass sky, and the Taishan heaven is so close to the glass sky. You have no reason not to come. Mui Shui Sisi asked, Senior uncle, what are you talking about? Is there anyone here? Don't scare me. Mu Shilai looked at Mui Shui Sisi. Don't talk. After a few seconds, a voice said leisurely, I'm very curious. When did the people of the academy start to scheme against me? How did you know my identity? How did you know that I would definitely come back? Hiss, ghost. Mui Shui Sisi and Mu Shi's eyes widened. They were both taken aback. So, they had been with a mysterious person just now? Mu Shi's eyes glittered. Snow battle? Is it the snow battle of the Snow God's Temple that Senior Uncle Thief King mentioned? At this moment, Song Kai Yuan stood up. Fellow Cultivator Snow Battle, I've already guessed that you and Snow Battle are the same person in the land of King Grave, excluding the possibility of an incarnation, and with the treasures of the heavenless heaven, my guess is almost certain. After leaving the land of King Grave, I quickly went to the Martial Emperor City to find out some information about you, but I found that you had direct contact with Han Fei, the commander of the Avenger, plus some things in the Thunder Fire Heaven. It's not difficult to confirm that you and Han Fei are the same person. Song Kai Yuan said again, I wasn't very sure that you would come. First of all, the glass sky and the Taishan heaven are very close. To be exact, the 4 divine palaces are all very close. The Taishan heaven is known as the world of books, so I guess that you might come back. Secondly, we guessed that you would come to search for historical records, and investigate the secrets of the chaotic Azure Sea. It was just a guess, but it happened to be correct. However, I didn't expect that you would come into contact with the sea of books. Just as Song Kaiyuan finished speaking, he saw another person appear with a swoosh. Lu Ran couldn't help but be surprised. "Master?" Li Kaitian exclaimed. "Ah, Master Dragon?" Jian Hui said, "Greetings, Master Sword God." Lu Ran's master was naturally Lu Li, the master of the glass sky. The master dragon that Li Kaitian mentioned was originally Shanglong, the master of the boundless heavenly palace. Jian Hui's master, the sword god, was Lu Qing, the master of the sword god palace. The last one was Lu Yu, the master of the Taishan heaven. The snow girl had mentioned these people on the snow god. At this moment, Han Fei took a look. Damn, they knew I was coming, so they were all waiting for me here. Han Fei said, "It seems that I have a lot of face. I can't believe the 4 immortal masters all showed up." Lu Li looked like a young girl, with a relaxed face and a white veil over her face. Her eyes were watery, and she was naturally a peerless beauty. Lu Li said, "You went to the glazed sky and sparred with Feng Xinlan, and you want to return the favor just like that? It seems that your plan is quite good." Anyway, Lu Ran and the others were dumbfounded. With so many big shots here, it was impossible for them to be talking to the air. There must be someone here. The next moment, they heard Mu Shui Sisi say to Mu Shi, "It's the Gemini divine technique, the Yin-Yang Heaven Gemini divine technique that has disappeared for 80,000 years. Oh my God, he's here." The senior uncle in white looked at Mu Shui Sisi and shook his head helplessly. "Stupid." Han Fei finally understood. Mu Shui Sisi might be a bait, deliberately put here. When Mu Shi and the others arrived, the senior uncle in white knew that with this girl's character, she wouldn't be able to bear it. He also knew that Mu Shi would definitely take the initiative to go in and be punished together. In fact, it was just the 2 girls playing games together. In this way, he would have a chance to enter the Sutra Tower. After entering the Sutra Tower, once he was tempted by the treasures that were as dense as stars, he would give himself away. And all this was within these people's calculations. Perhaps there was more than one coincidence in their calculations. For example, they might have suspected that he was here, so they let Mu Shui Sisi enter the tower, or they might have tricked him. No wonder. I was wondering why it was so easy on the way here. It was too easy to enter this book mountain. I didn't expect that everything I saw was bait. Han Fei didn't hide it anymore. At this moment, sitting on a bookshelf, he said lightly, "However, since you know it's the Gemini divine technique, you should know that this Sutra Tower can't trap me." Lu Yu said, "We don't have any malicious intentions. You don't have to run away. Don't you want to steal books from my Sutra Tower? As the master of the Taishan heaven, I can let you steal a few times. So what?" Han Fei didn't know what to say. As the saying went, free was the most expensive. It was absolutely impossible for these people not to have any ulterior motives. What Han Fei didn't understand was, since these masters of the immortal palace knew that he was coming, why did they let their heavenly talents witness this scene? Was it fun to unveil his mysterious veil? Han Fei said, "Don't be so harsh. What do you mean by stealing? I'm borrowing." Lu Yu smiled lightly. "Whether it's stealing or borrowing, since the Yin-Yang heaven has appeared, it means that it's not far from returning. In today's chaotic world, is there any place for the Yin-Yang heaven? It was impossible for the Snow God Palace to protect the Yin-Yang heaven. Even with the addition of the 4 of us, Yin-Yang heaven would still find it difficult to establish themselves in the chaotic Azure Sea. But are you going to abandon us for allies?" Han Fei smiled. "Allies? I wonder what other conditions are needed to become an ally." Sword God Lu Qing said, "Leave chaotic Azure Sea." Han Fei frowned. In the next moment, Lu Yu added, "If I'm not mistaken, you should have a powerful compass." Han Fei's pupils constricted slightly. How did these people know about the multitude navigator? Liu Li said, "Don't be surprised. That item was originally forged by the joint efforts of our clans. However, 80,000 years ago, something unexpected happened, which led to the Yin-Yang, Shui-Mu, Jinwu, and Jiugong clans being suppressed. In the end, the Golden Crow fell, the 9 palaces were sealed, and the Yin and Yang, as well as the water and wood, escaped. The 4 of us formed an alliance and retreated to a corner which has lasted until now. Therefore, from the very beginning, we have been allies." First update. Asking for votes. End of chapter. Chapter 1816. Han Fei didn't trust this so-called ally very much. He could guess that the Yin-Yang heaven used to have a good relationship with these families. But before he came to the Taishan heaven, Xian Feng didn't say anything to him. After all, tens of thousands of years had passed. No matter how good their relationship was before, could it still be as good now? Han Fei didn't want to gamble. Han Fei said, "Are you going to talk about this in front of so many people?" Lu Yu said, "Why don't you show up and have a chat?" Han Fei said, "I'm in the state of showing up now." Everyone. This was especially true for Mu Shui Sisi and the others. They had all learned about the Gemini divine arts from history. No one had really seen it. Now, Han Fei's words made them speechless. They were half kings, but they couldn't even find the other party's shadow. They had scanned many times with their perception, but there was clearly nothing here. Lu Yu didn't ask anymore. They could feel where Han Fei was. However, he could only sense nothingness. There was a faint chaotic energy surging there. If they really took action, the chaotic energy should have been self-detonated. Lu Yu couldn't help but say, "Anyway, since you are here, I don't mind you choosing a few great techniques. Let's talk about it after you explore the sea of books." Huh. Han Fei was taken aback. "Are you kidding me? I'm here to steal books. But you guys blocked me here. Not only did you not drive me away, but you also want me to explore the sea of books? What the hell?" There was no need to guess. This was obviously a trap. Han Fei said, "Guys, you're not waiting for me to explore the sea of books, are you? You'd better tell me in advance. Otherwise, the sea of books, I really can't explore it." Lu Yu said, "After exploring the sea of books, I will tell you." Han Fei outside. Han Fei's white mist body was testing his luck with the 9-palace destiny ruler. Han Fei was really confused by the behavior of Lu Yu and the others. After all, he came here to steal something, only to find that the owner was waiting for him to steal it. Also, he stole it for himself. If there was nothing fishy about it, he might as well pull his head off and kick it like a ball. However, when Han Fei tested his luck, he found that today's luck was on the auspicious side. Although it wasn't a very auspicious hexagram, it still meant that something good was about to happen. Can it really be explored? Are the masters of these immortal palaces really that friendly? However, the 9 palaces ruler of fortune wouldn't lie. Even an auspicious divination had appeared. So why didn't he try it himself? In the Sutra Tower, Han Fei smiled and said, "Since you don't mind, I'll try." Lu Yu smiled and said, "You can probe it 9 times. Ah. Song Kaiyuan and Mu Shui Sisi looked at Lu Yu at the same time and thought, "Isn't this unfair? Our family is only allowed to explore the sea of books 3 times at a time. Why did this guy get 9 chances?" Before Song Kaiyuan and company could react in shock, they heard Lu Yu say, "However, you have to take note that anyone who searches for books in the scripture pagoda only has 9 chances in their lifetime. Once it's used up, we won't be able to find any more books from here." Song Kaiyuan pondered. After all, this person is the current immortal master of the Yin-Yang heaven. Maybe his status is higher than theirs. So he could understand. After a slight surprise, Song Kaiyuan and the others all raised their heads. Very few people were qualified to explore the sea of books in the Sutra Tower. Han Fei could be said to be the strongest and the highest status among all the people who explored the sea of books. What kind of books would he find? Lu Yu said, You need to release your soul and blood to illuminate the sea of books, and then probe the books with your fish hook. You'll know once you try it. The Gemini divine technique was telepathic. Although Han Fei didn't know what Lu Yu and the others were up to, he wasn't worried. They had clearly asked him to explore the sea of books. If he didn't even dare to do this, wouldn't he seem too stingy? Han Fei didn't hide his movements, and in the blink of an eye he appeared at the highest point of the Sutra Tower, at the bottom of the sea of books. At the bottom of the sea of books there was a round wooden platform, which was for people to stand on. Han Fei was now standing on it, holding a fishing rod. In the sea of books, divine power shone, and in an instant it soared into the galaxy. Han Fei switched his great path to his own great path, the Tianqi Great Path, and the road of invincibility. Swish, swish, swish. Although Mushui Sisi and the others couldn't see Han Fei, they could see the fishing rod hanging in the air and the soaring blood, so they knew that someone was here. Suddenly, they heard Mushui Sisi's voice transmission. Look, there are more stars in the sea of books. Without Mushui Sisi's words, everyone saw that in the sea of books there were more and more shining stars, so many that they were densely packed. However, the stars had different distances and brightness, as if they were competing with each other. However, the white-robed Uncle Master of the Academy said, "It's not necessarily a good thing that there are more stars in the sea of books. If you have too many choices, you won't know how to choose." At this moment, countless calls suddenly appeared in Han Fei's heart. At a glance, Han Fei could see at least hundreds of shining stars trying to establish a connection with him. The corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched. Damn, how should I choose? I feel that they are all good stuff. Originally, Han Fei was going to look for the body tempering art. However, when he was in the Snow God's temple, he had already deduced the body tempering art. Although he might not be the strongest in this chaotic azure sea, it was very likely that he was the strongest. After all, the pure mysterious body was one of the top body tempering arts in the entire Pioneer Sea realm. Of course, he had to look for it, but the number of times was limited, so he couldn't look for this first. Han Fei looked at the sky full of stars and thought, I have to use the nautical panorama to guide me. Immediately afterward, in Han Fei's body, in the place covered by the black mist, the nautical panorama began to spin. Han Fei's first choice was naturally the 8th level of the void fishing art. Whether its name was void fishing art or true spirit fishing art, the nautical panorama knew what he was going to choose. And the nautical panorama began to spin, which meant that there was something he needed here. Under the gazes of Song Kaiyuan and the others, after waiting for a while, Han Fei suddenly cast the hook and hooked a shining star near the center of the tower. In the next moment, Han Fei saw an ancient fishskin book emerge from the void. On this fishskin book was written Void Fishing Art, Level 8. Han Fei was stunned. He didn't expect that what he fished up was the void fishing art instead of the true spirit fishing art, which saved him the deduction step. Shang Long wondered, why haven't I heard of this great technique? Sword God Lu Qing asked, the Taoist aura on this book seems to be dug out from the palace, right? Lu Li nodded. I've never heard of it. LVU, this is your family's book. You should know, right? LVU shrugged and sneered. The tower is not my family's tower. I've never heard of this great technique either. However, I do remember one thing. Everyone looked at him, and LVU said, among the human cultivation techniques in the entire chaotic ocean, there is a fishing technique that only has the 7th level. Don't you know it? Lu Li asked, you mean the true spirit fishing art? That technique should be of mediocre quality, right? LVU shook his head. Although it's of mediocre quality, it is one of the few great techniques that can cover everyone from the lowest level to the Pioneer Sea realm. Besides, I've never heard of an 8th level. Everyone fell silent. LV, you knew much more about the techniques and combat skills in the world than they did. If LVU's first thought was the true spirit fishing art, maybe there was something between the two. But Han Fei was shocked. Even if this was the only harvest today, it would be worth it. At least, this showed that there was still a way forward for the void fishing art. In fact, the 7th level of void fishing, void arrival, was already extremely terrifying. It was also different from the projection identity of ordinary kings. It was said that the void descent could cross thousands of kilometers. However, in Han Fei's opinion, this ability was not as good as the void lines and the sky stealing technique. The combination of the two was simply perfect. The void descent didn't have any other effect except that it could give him some clones to fight multiple people. Now that he had obtained the 8th level of the void fishing art, Han Fei immediately stuffed it into Forge the Universe. Even in the state of black fog, Han Fei's use of Forge the Universe wouldn't be hindered. Han Fei secretly smiled as he got this great technique. Anyway, these people couldn't see his expression. They only knew that he was the master of the Yin Yang Heaven. But how could they know that he had a treasure like the demon purification pot? However, as soon as he activated the void fishing art, the stars in the sea of books became denser. The number of stars had even reached the point where there was no distance between each other. While LVU and the others were shocked, Han Fei's nautical panorama began to spin again. This time, Han Fei wanted to find the strongest body refining technique in this world. From the very beginning, Han Fei's goal was to find a body refining technique. Although he had deduced the pure mystic body, he had come to the Sutra Tower. If he didn't find it, it would be a waste of his trip. Swish, when a mysterious book shining with brilliant golden light appeared, Han Fei saw that it was a body refining technique named Chaotic Devil Body. Below, the immeasurable heavenly palace master was shocked. Isn't this the chaotic demon body of the Chaos Palace, Grand Elder? Does your academy even have such a great body refining technique? LVU shrugged. How do I know? The books in the Sutra Tower are all hooked. Since he can get the chaotic demon body, it shows that his body refining talent is at least comparable to that of the Grand Elder. Second update. Asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 1817. After Han Fei received the chaotic demon body, he didn't check it on the spot, but threw it into Forge the Universe. After getting the chaotic ocean body refining art, Han Fei's third major technique was the one that was most suitable for himself. There were thousands of great techniques, but the most important thing was to be suitable. Because the number of times was limited, Han Fei would not use all the times to explore the body refining art, waiting to fuse and deduce. Therefore, when the nautical panorama spun for the third time, it naturally pointed to the spell technique that was most suitable for him. Han Fei didn't specify a category. When the needle was fixed, the hook was swung out. He pulled it out from the sea of books and saw that the title of the book was Yin Yang Transmigration Saber. As soon as this great art appeared, the sea of books was filled with multicolored light. Stars twinkled, and all sorts of great stars flickered. LVU, Lu Li, and the others exchanged glances and nodded slightly. In their hearts, they seemed to have made some judgments about certain things. At this point, Han Fei had used up the multidimensional telescope. He looked at the sky full of great techniques that almost blinded him and didn't know how to cast the hook. Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. Without the nautical panorama, he didn't even know how to attack. Although LVU gave him 9 chances to choose, how could he fish blindly? This trip to the Scripture Tower was very different from what he had expected. Han Fei didn't find a tremendous body tempering technique, but he did get the 8th level of the void fishing art. Just this one book was better than thousands of books. This book had determined his future path, and he could continue down it. After the 3 major techniques, Han Fei put away the fishing rod and dispersed the blood qi. The starlight in the sea of books slowly weakened the moment Han Fei's aura faded. Finally, it returned to the appearance of the stars in the night sky. Han Fei said, 9 times is too many. I think I may have to cross paths with the Taishan heaven in the future. Now, Can the few of you explain why you want me to explore the sea of books first? Immeasurable heavens, Shanglong sneered. Brat, I'll tell you straight. The fact that you're here means that you've inherited the fortune of yin and yang, water and wood and the 9 palaces. Your luck has attracted the sea of books, proving that you are a person with great luck. The 36 profound heavens had been trapped in the chaotic, vast sea for far too long. If yin-yang heaven were to reappear, how could we not have allies to help us? Sword god Lu Qing said indifferently, I didn't come looking for you with ill intentions, but your appearance represents a change in this era. Our 4 palaces are different from the Grand Pure One and the Limitless One. We are waiting for a change. Han Fei was lost for words. How did you know it was me? Lu Yu said with a smile, luck. From the moment you obtained that compass that took you out of the chaotic azure sea, your fate was destined to be different. This time, even Song Kaiyuan was confused. Did they set up this ambush just for this? As smart as Song Kaiyuan was, he naturally knew about the existence of the Darch Palace. In a way, it also restricted human exploration of the outside world. However, the depths of the imperial palace were too dangerous. When a king fell, he would still fall. But now with Han Fei, there was hope to leave the chaotic azure sea. In any case, this was great news for the 4 palaces. However, Han Fei was silent for a moment and said, Seniors, you want to leave the chaotic azure sea. Even if I have a way to leave the chaotic azure sea, how do you know I'm willing to leave? Lu Li said, You are only a half-king now, but you can fight Feng Xinlan to a draw. This means that it shouldn't be so difficult for you to become a king. Do you also want to sink around the Darch Palace? Han Fei said with a smile, You great Xuantians have explored the Darch Palace for 80,000 years. My water and wood yin-yang palace can't just leave the Darch Palace without looking. I will definitely go to the Darch Palace. If you expect me to take you away, how can a few books be enough? Lu Yu said with a smile, It's too early to say whether to go or not. But this doesn't prevent us from establishing a certain alliance first. At least, you owe Glass Heaven a favor, and now you have obtained 3 great techniques from my scripture tower. Since you are ready to take revenge on the Grand Pure One and the limitless immortal palaces, you can't become enemies with the Grand Pure One and the colored glaze immortal palaces. So, why don't we form an alliance now? Han Fei thought for a moment and said with a smile, I have no objection. However, I'm curious, why are they all here? Logically speaking, these things should be discussed with the masters of the immortal palaces. Why are Song Kaiyuan and the others here? And they have been here since the beginning. At this moment, Lu Li interrupted. It's not so easy to return the favor of Glass Heaven. The Feng family has a problem with Yin-Er's matter. But you have killed the people of the Feng family and fought Feng Xinlan. You have paid off part of the favor. There are also 2 people from Glass Heaven. You should take them with you. Lu Yu said, After all, you obtained 3 great techniques from the scripture tower. I heard that your Avenger pirates are short of people. My disciples Song Kaiyuan and Mui Shui Sisi are very knowledgeable. There is almost nothing they don't know in the chaotic azure sea. If you take them with you, it may be of great benefit to you. Sword god Lu Qing said, The 4 palaces of the sword god are 4 in 1. If you form an alliance, it will be 5 in 1. My disciple's swordsmanship is unparalleled. Immeasurable Sky Shanglong said, I have the same idea as Lu Qing. 5 in 1, they can take their disciple, but not mine. With that said, Shanglong patted Li Kaitian and made him stagger. In the future, you can go to the Avenger and be a pirate. Li Kaitian was dumbfounded. Are you trying to drive us to be pirates? Not only Li Kaitian, but Han Fei was also dumbfounded. What's going on? Has the trust between us been so high that I can help you take care of your disciples? Han Fei thought to himself, Damn, do I look so free? I have a lot of things to do. I'm not a nanny. Do I deserve to be your disciple? Han Fei immediately refused. Haha, I'm not afraid of taking them in. But do they dare to follow me back to the Yin heaven? I just want to say that their chances of survival are very low if they go to the Yin heaven. Han Fei was not joking. When he left the Yin heaven, the massive energy was now suppressed by the old turtle. It was not easy to leave the Yin heaven, but was it easy to enter the Yin heaven? If it was easy, the savage abyss would have been trampled over by people over the years. Lu Yu smiled. Don't worry, I won't go to the Yin heaven with you. Anyway, there are only a few people on the Avenger. It's fine if you show your face a few times. This time, I asked you to take them to the Martial Emperor City. Han Fei asked, Why do I have to go to the Martial Emperor City? Lu Yu said, I can give you a reason why you have to go. The Martial Emperor City is not only the most well-informed and resourceful place in the entire chaotic ocean. In the Martial Emperor City, there is also a sacred place called the Martial Emperor's Inheritance. Legend has it that it's the Emperor Trial. Although the trial is full of dangers, it's very rewarding. You haven't established your sea yet. Don't you want to go and have a look? Song Kaiyuan and the others were surprised. The Martial Emperor's Inheritance is about to open? Shan Long said leisurely. After the trial in the land of King Grave, the Martial Emperor's Inheritance suddenly announced its opening. All the heavenly talents are going there. Han Fei frowned. That's a good story. I wonder what the real situation is. However, Lu Yu continued, It may not matter whether others go or not. However, this opportunity should be irresistible to you, because there's also a bronze gate there. Han Fei was shocked. Bronze gate? Hiss. Han Fei seemed to understand something. The Martial Emperor's Inheritance opened behind the land of King Grave, and there was a bronze gate there? Wasn't this guiding him to complete the trial of the Void Temple? Not to mention anything else, just to get a wine gourd. Han Fei had to participate in the Martial Emperor's Inheritance. Han Fei deliberately kept silent for a moment and then said, Okay, I agree. Sword God Lu Qing said, The situation outside the Martial Emperor City is treacherous. It's the most chaotic place in the chaotic ocean. Be careful not to be hunted. Han Fei grinned. I'm looking forward to being hunted. When will the invincible inheritance open? Lu Yu said, 3 months later. It will last for a month. The opening time of the Martial Emperor's Inheritance has never been precise. It all depends on the Martial Emperor City, so it's best to know the time. Han Fei said, How long will it take to get to the Martial Emperor City? Lu Yu said, Each palace has its own route. You can get there in about 20 days. Han Fei thought for a moment. 2 months later, the Avenger will appear in the Taishan heaven. They can come here when they hear the news. Lu Yu said, Okay. By the way, do you still want to explore the Sea of Books? Han Fei said, No. I'll explore it another day if I have the chance. Han Fei thought to himself, For now, I've already got the 3 books I need. That's enough. I don't know what books to look for if I have more. Instead of looking for body tempering techniques here, I might as well go to the Martial Emperor City to put up a task. Asking someone to collect body tempering cultivation techniques, as long as they had enough money. What great technique could they not collect? I have more than 9,000 ultra-quality divine weapons. Are you kidding me? Han Fei had nothing to talk about. He disappeared quietly with the twin fusion. After Han Fei left, Shanglong said, Old Lu, could this kid do it or not? He's only touched the luck of a few palaces. Do we really have to rely on him for the fate of the 36 profound heavens? Lu Yu said leisurely, Otherwise, do you have a way to leave the chaotic ocean? In that case, I'll bet on you too. The third is asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 1818. Half a day later, below the Taishan heaven, in a place called Tomorrow Town, Han Fei and Xia Shaochan were strolling in the market with Yiner and Yin. At this moment, the strongest of the four was Han Fei, who had just entered the law enforcer realm. The other three were invisible. Han Fei held a few fish balls in his hand and handed each to the maid. No matter where it is, the taste of these fish balls is almost the same. I wonder if this is an heirloom fish ball. Xia Shaochan was speechless. Come on. Are we really going to Martial Emperor City with those people from Taishan Heaven in 2 months? Han Fei nodded. It's okay. There shouldn't be any problems with these families. If there's a problem, I'll test my luck. Xia Shaochan said, I know about the Martial Emperor's inheritance in the Martial Emperor City. It was said to be extremely difficult. However, regarding the Bronze Gate, I have never seen it in the historical records. It was just that the Martial Emperor's inheritance was divided into different grades, and there was a chance of one dying. The higher the difficulty of the choice, the higher the probability of death. As for what it looks like, I've never seen it before. Han Fei smiled and said, Then let's go and have a look. Wasn't it said that Martial Emperor City was absolutely safe? Even if Chen Huangdian knows that you're here, can he go to Martial Emperor City and capture you? Xia Shaochan smiled. That won't happen. The Martial Emperor City won't make an exception. Once a precedent was set, the Martial Emperor City's reputation would collapse. However, if Chen Huangdian blocks our way, it will be difficult for us to leave. Han Fei said with a smile, Chen Huangdian is just a king after all. So what if he has attained the Emperor realm? Martial Emperor City is so big. When the time comes, I just need to sneak out from wherever I go. I don't believe that he will still be able to find me. What if he's waiting for us in the savage abyss? Not if. He can only wait for us in the abyss. This is also the reason I want to go to Martial Emperor City. Maybe now I can't beat him in a fight. However, when it comes to causing trouble, I've never been afraid of anyone. Xia Shaochan tilted her head and looked at Han Fei, thinking to herself, just don't cause any trouble in Martial Emperor City. Otherwise, they might kick us out. That wouldn't be fun. Behind Han Fei and Xia Shaochan, Yin and Nian walked and ate together without any awkwardness. Perhaps she had been conquered by Nian gluttonous behavior, but now when Yin walked, she would also hold a bag of potato chips in her hand and crunch them. After shopping, Han Fei didn't send Yin and Nian back to the sea-quelling painting. Instead, he sealed Yin heavenly heritage power and asked the old turtle's soul and Xiao Sei to stay with them in Tomorrow Town. Xia Shaochan and the hexagon starfish fell into a state of cultivation after listening to Han Fei's lesson on disassembling spiritual energy. It was a pity that he couldn't take Xia Shaochan and the big starfish into Forge the Universe. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been allowed to cultivate in the sea-quelling painting. Han Fei, on the other hand, came to Forge the Universe alone and looked at the techniques he had just acquired, because void fishing was no longer a true spirit fishing technique. Therefore, Han Fei couldn't use the true spirit fishing art to temper his body by triggering lightning strikes. The 8th level of the void fishing art was called time fishing. However, when Han Fei opened the book, he found that there was not a single word in the book. If his eyes fell on the book, he would slowly see a piece of blue. This book turned out to have the power of time. Han Fei tried to extract the power of time in this book several times, but he failed every time as if it were a heavenly book. Han Fei was not a hesitant person. Originally, the void descent technique that he was cultivating now was a technique of the Pioneer Sea State. Although he hadn't reached the Pioneer Sea State yet, he was already learning it. Time fishing should be a technique that could only be learned by the Pioneer Sea State. Even if he wanted to learn it early, it would be possible only after he reached the Pioneer Sea State. Han Fei didn't panic. Anyway, it was better to be prepared. Looking at another book, information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. Chaotic Demon Body. Ultra Quality of the Pioneer Sea State. Introduction. Chaotic Demon Body is a great technique that separates and gathers the body with chaotic energy. This technique requires the vibration of the void to reorganize the body repeatedly. To cultivate this technique, one must have an indomitable will and a tenacious mind. Once cultivated, the body can withstand the void storm. Even if the body collapses, it can fight separately or reorganize itself, and its strength will not be weakened at all. This technique is ranked 11668 among the Pioneer C state body refining techniques. Deduced art. Chaotic body deduction cost. 1,000 strands of chaotic energy effect. If there is no interference, the body can be reorganized infinitely. Disadvantage. The power of the soul is weak. When Han Fei saw the Pioneer C state body refining technique ranked 11668, he lost interest. This is the strongest body refining technique in the chaotic C state. Don't you feel embarrassed to be ranked more than 10,000? I just deduced something casually, and it's ranked 998. Can't I give it to you from the beginning to the end? Damn, I've lost a lot this time. If I had known that the strongest body refining technique here was only ranked more than 10,000, why didn't I synthesize it myself? Besides, this chaotic demon body couldn't be cultivated at any level. It was not as good as his pure, mystic body. It could be cultivated at any level. Compared with this, Han Fei felt that the pure mystic body was extremely useful. More importantly, it was not tiring or painful. Its only shortcoming was that the resource utilization rate was too low. Only 100 million of the 10 billion points of spiritual energy could reach the level required for the pure, mystic body. Han Fei threw the chaos fiend body aside and picked up another book. After a while, information appeared in his eyes. Yin-Yang Reincarnation Knife, unrated introduction. To practice this technique, one must master the great Tao of Yin and Yang. The Yin-Yang Reincarnation Knife contains the pure Yang knife and the grand Yin soul knife. When one knife is annihilated, the other knife reappears. The two knives are repeated 9 times before they are truly annihilated. Once this knife is formed, it is impossible to guard against it. Deduction cannot be deduced and can only be comprehended by oneself. Effect. The deeper one's understanding of the great Tao of Yin and Yang, the more knife momentum reincarnations there will be. Disadvantage. If you are used to using this knife, you will inevitably have doubts about reincarnation. Remark. This technique requires 2 treasured knives. After reading the Yin-Yang Reincarnation Knife, Han Fei's eyes widened. This is simply an ultra-quality combat skill, made for me. Not only could it attack the physical body, but it could also attack the soul. The saber slashes were endless. If I understand correctly, it means that I only need to make 1 knife, but in fact I can make 18 knife attacks? Gulp. Han Fei couldn't help but grin. Compared with the chaotic demon body just now, this Yin-Yang Reincarnation Knife could almost be called a divine technique. After thinking about it, Han Fei felt that this Yin-Yang Reincarnation Knife was no worse than the heaven-opening sword manual he got from the Grand Purity Palace. Of course, if the heaven-opening sword manual could become the heaven-opening knife, he wouldn't mind. Han Fei's first thought was to use the Blade of Hope as one of the 2 treasured knives. But after thinking about it, it was better not to expose the Blade of Hope. He could use the Blade of Hope when needed, so that he could keep some trump cards. There were still 2 months before he went to the martial Emperor City. This period of time was not long, but it was not short either. In Forge the Universe, it was more than 5 years. Han Fei certainly wouldn't waste such a long time. Han Fei stretched out his hand, and the magical wine gourd that had been put aside flew into his hand. Han Fei grinned. I'd like to see what's so special about the wine brewed in this magical gourd. With the experience from the last time, Han Fei directly activated the Tao this time. His strength soared more than 3 times, and then he opened the cork. Pop! Han Fei almost lost his balance and dropped the gourd. When he pulled it out, Han Fei's face turned green. This thing actually required him to use 50% of his strength to pull it out. This meant that those who pulled out the cork of the gourd were at least in the sea opening realm. Han Fei was speechless. Even pulling out the cork was so difficult. If he wanted to completely refine this gourd divine weapon, it would take him a long time. However, the moment the cork was pulled out, Han Fei immediately smelled a strong aroma of wine. There was a pale red mist coming out of the gourd. Han Fei couldn't help but think that the mist in front of the bronze gate at that time should be the smell of wine. Han Fei hurriedly sat on his ice lotus, raised the gourd, and thought to himself, I'll drink less. For the first time, I'll just take a small sip. However, perhaps because it was the first time Han Fei had used a divine weapon, his mouth bulged. A mouthful of hard liquor directly burned his tongue. Han Fei subconsciously opened his mouth. This time he had to drink half a caddy. F***CK. I'm screwed. Han Fei hurriedly plugged the cork. In less than 3 seconds, in his body, strange energy surged left and right. In his brain, there seemed to be a waterfall washing over him, and he felt dizzy. Han Fei thought, this is impossible. I can't sleep. Immediately, the power of hope in his body surged out. With the help of the power of hope, Han Fei managed to stabilize himself with a flushed face. The old turtle suggested, why don't you give me a sip too? However, Han Fei was probably too drunk to hear anything at this moment. There was a thunderous sound in his brain. Han Fei felt that he was spinning. A massive amount of energy rushed into his body. In fact, the old turtle was dumbfounded. Han Fei's body was spewing out a large amount of red liquor power. It was not energy, but seemed to be a kind of epiphany that could make the mind clear. However, Han Fei might have drunk too much, and his mind was not clear at all. Han Fei only felt that his body was flowing backward, but he felt that it was not enough and his body could bear more. As a result, in Forge the Universe, a large number of ultra-quality spiritual stones collapsed. At this moment, a small half of the energy released by the old turtle was absorbed at once. Just like this, it was not until more than 10 days later that the liquor in Han Fei's body finally disappeared. At this time, Han Fei finally sobered up. It was not until the 18th day that Han Fei finally returned to normal. However, when Han Fei looked at the information, he was surprised to find that in only 18 days his soul power had increased by more than 1,200 points, and his strength had increased by 302 waves. A sip of wine. Han Fei couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Damn, what kind of cultivation speed is this? Although I have the power of hope, this cultivation speed is a bit too fast, isn't it? If this goes on, how strong will I be in 5 years? Chapter 1819. As for the wine in the gourd, he didn't know whether it was 100-year-old wine or 1,000-year-old wine. However, it shouldn't be 10 or 10,000 years old. 10,000 years was too long. With his friendship with that senior brother, there was no need for him to give him a 10,000-year-old wine as soon as they met, right? Between the 100-year Tao-seeking wine and the 1,000-year heavenly Tao wine, Han Fei felt that the 100-year wine should be the 100-year wine. Unfortunately, he couldn't make the gourd recognize him as its master, and he couldn't feel how much wine there was in the gourd. I wonder when I'll be able to make this gourd recognize me as its master and forge the universe. Half a year later, Han Fei's power of faith was exhausted. During this period of time, Han Fei quickly increased his strength to 34,652 waves. In the absence of the power of faith, Han Fei needed to focus on the cultivation of the Nirmala mysterious body. He also had to teach the old turtle and Xia Shaochan. Occasionally he would go out and stroll around Tomorrow Town with Yin-Er and the others. These days were quite comfortable. In Forge the Universe, 3 years later, Han Fei found that there was a bottleneck in his cultivation. Or rather, it shouldn't be called a bottleneck. Rather, it should be called a greater resistance to cultivation. When Han Fei took a closer look, information popped up in his eyes. Owner, Han Fei level, 89, half-step king. Family tree in the vast seas. 272098, 6 chaotic energy, 2276 strands mind power, 323401 perception, 220,000 kilometers power, 38,763 waves, first spiritual pulse, unknown, second spiritual vein, unknown, first spiritual beast, twin yin-yang spirit, swallowing fish level, 79, second spiritual beast, King Sparrow, level 78, main art, void arrival, level 7 of void fishing, king level, divine quality. At this point, the moment the resistance appeared, Han Fei realized that it was extremely difficult for him to surpass 40,000 waves of power in the half-king realm with his current life level and bloodline level, even though he had already forged the indestructible golden body. Without going through the king tribulation, the strength of the indestructible golden body seemed to be close to the limit. Want to make another breakthrough? Transcending the tribulation might be the only way. Phew, Han Fei smiled faintly. I've gained a lot on this trip to the chaotic ocean. If he could return to the yin-yang heaven, he would be able to successfully transcend the tribulation. As Lu Yu and the others said, it was possible for yin-yang heaven to return to the chaotic azure sea. After all, now that he'd attained the king realm, he wasn't afraid of anyone in the chaotic azure sea. At this moment, not only had Han Fei's strength increased, but the Emperor Sparrow had also leveled up. Han Fei was used to its growth speed. After all, it was the Emperor Sparrow, and it could not be judged by common sense. Han Fei, on the other hand, was a bit hesitant. The information about his spiritual heritage had always been unknown. Now he was already a half-king, so why was he still an unknown? Han Fei couldn't help but wonder if there were other vines in the chaotic ocean after he passed the king's tribulation. The sooner he collected all the vines in the demon purification pot, the stronger the demon purification pot would be. There was no doubt about this. 2 months later, Xia Shaochan, Yin Nian and Xiao Sei were all on the Avenger. The old tortoise habitually slept and cultivated. Ever since it had its own body, its desire to come out was not as high. Therefore, he was still cultivating and forge the universe. And Han Fei sighed slightly. The consumption of resources was too fast. Originally, he had nearly 7 million ultra-quality spiritual stones. However, it seemed that because he was cultivating this pure, mysterious body, the ultra-quality spiritual stones were consumed extremely fast. At this time, there were only 4. 2 million left. This was the drawback of the pure, mysterious body. The efficiency of an ultra-quality spiritual stone was only 1%. This led to the spiritual energy in Forge the Universe to the extent of exploding. Fortunately, the old tortoise had been cultivating, and Forge the Universe was constantly expanding. Otherwise, Han Fei didn't know how to use the spiritual energy. Now, Forge the Universe had expanded to 5,000 kilometers. Although the consumption of expansion had been increasing, the spiritual energy overflowing from his cultivation had also been increasing. Therefore, Han Fei's intuition was that the resources were being consumed too fast. Fortunately, Xia Shaochan still had 10 million ultra-quality spiritual stones. Otherwise, Han Fei would have to rob some heavenly talents. On this day, in the outer sea of the Taishan heaven, Han Fei held 2 black kitchen knives in his hands. Since he learned the knife-drawing technique, he rarely used real knives. He always used whatever he wanted. It seemed that everything could be used. But at this moment, Han Fei used kitchen knives again, naturally to cultivate the yin-yang reincarnation knife. Swish, Han Fei raised his hands, and the 2 knives shot out. A shining knife, shadow, broke through the void. In addition to this shining knife shadow, there was also a strange knife mark that seemed to be blooming in the void. Of course, it could also be discovered in the void, but it was much weaker than the black fog body. Han Fei's opponent was a purple shield wall. Yes, in order to urge Master Hexagon to cultivate, Han Fei directly used it to block the knife. With a clang, the 6-gate formation trembled 3 times before it finally blocked Han Fei's attack. However, as soon as this knife was blocked by the six-gate formation, an identical knife light pierced through the void. From the same angle, with the same force, it continued to slash at the six-gate formation. The whole process was less than a second. In addition to this pure yang knife, there was also an invisible blade of extreme yin, which collapsed outside the six-gate formation. "Help!" the hexagon starfish shouted. "Xia, Xiaochan, help! Han Fei is going to kill Starfish. The formation is about to break. However, on the deck, Xia Xiaochan was holding a green date or some kind of fruit in her hand. She took a bite and ate it with relish. She said, "Big Starfish, come on, you can do it." Nian shouted, "Starfish, come on, you can do it." Yin tilted her head and looked at Nian. "Nian, is this really okay? Starfish is asking for help." Seeing Yin sympathizing with him, Xia Xiaochan immediately said, "He has thick skin and thick flesh. When he calls for help, he just says that he suffered a normal blow. If he really needs help, he won't call for help." Yin wondered, then what will he call for? On the deck, the two had just talked for a while. The pure yang knife had appeared 6 times. The extreme yin blade had also appeared 6 times. The explosion outside the six-gate formation had already been the 6th time. Crack, 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 more and more cracks appeared on the six-gate formation. Seeing that the six-gate formation might not be able to resist it, Starfish screamed, Damn it, this time Starfish really can't make it." Seeing this scene, Xia Xiaochan immediately looked at Yin and said, "Look, this is what he will shout when he really feels that he is in danger." Crack, BM, when the six-gate formation of Master Hexagon Starfish was completely broken, Han Fei stretched out his hand and grabbed, and the remaining yin-yang reincarnation power dissipated. Han Fei frowned and said, "Master Hexagon Starfish, your current strength is too weak. In the same realm, you can't even take one knife from me. What kind of mysterious creature are you? You are discrediting mysterious creatures. Do you know that?" The hexagon starfish was speechless. "You call that one knife? You slashed me 12 times. 6 times to break the formation, and 6 times to kill the soul. Who is as fierce as you?" However, Han Fei was still a little dissatisfied. This yin-yang reincarnation knife was really strong, but after all he had only learned it for a short time. From the annihilation of one knife to the reappearance of another, the interval was too long, nearly 1 breath. This was also the reason why he was not proficient in it. Han Fei shook his head slightly. "Okay, let's do it again. This time, I will use the strength of an intermediate peak-level venerable to use this knife. Try to take it." Hearing this, the hexagon starfish flew away with a swish and immediately shouted, "Starfish is going to make a breakthrough. Starfish has been slashed by you for several days. Today, I feel that the opportunity has come, and I'm going to make a breakthrough." Han Fei said disdainfully, "It's not a breakthrough. It's just a breakthrough of a small level. After the breakthrough, let's continue." After a while, when the hexagon starfish was about to make a breakthrough, Xia Xiaochan said, "Should we set off?" Han Fei thought for a while and nodded slightly. 2 months have passed. It's time to go to the Martial Emperor City. Half a day later, when a large ship with a skeleton pirate ship appeared outside the Grand Mystery Heaven, it took less than a quarter of an hour for Song Kaiyuan and the other 5 to arrive. They had been waiting for as long as 2 months. Now, they were very curious about the Avengers, especially Mu Shi. Her heart was extremely complicated. Is this person really Shuazhan? When they approached the Avengers, Song Kaiyuan cupped his hands towards the ship and said, "Immortal Master, we are here." On the ship, a leisurely voice said, "Come on board. In addition, my name is Han Fei. Call me Captain from now on. Remember not to call me wrong. There is no Immortal Master here." Song Kaiyuan immediately cupped his hands. "Understood. Okay." Han Fei's voice was leisurely. "There is a great technique on the table on the deck. You can learn it first. Confused, they boarded the Avengers. When Song Kaiyuan got this great technique, he couldn't help but gasp. God-deceiving precious technique. A divine quality concealment technique? Song Kaiyuan was stunned. F***CK, this is a super great technique that can't even be found in the Sutra Tower. But it was casually thrown out by Han Fei. Han Fei said, "This technique is limited to the members of the Avengers. Once it is leaked and discovered by me, you will be killed without mercy. Besides, once you choose to practice this technique, each of you will owe me 1,000,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones for learning this technique." Wow, everyone gasped. "We've just boarded the ship and haven't even seen you yet, and we already owe you 1,000,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones." Song Kaiyuan was speechless. Sure enough, as expected of the black and white ghosts, they haven't changed at all. Chapter 1820. Within the sphere of influence of Taishin Heaven, it was likely to be under the control of the lords. Han Fei was alone in a strange place, so he had to be careful. After they boarded the ship, they didn't find anyone on board. However, after they boarded, the ship automatically activated the void teleportation. When they crossed hundreds of thousands of miles, Song Kaiyuan and the others were speechless. Mu Shui Sisi said, "Isn't this the route of our Taishin Heaven? Someone has opened up a new route near our Taishin Heaven?" Song Kaiyuan said lightly, "This is not surprising. Although the route of our 4 immortal palaces is relatively hidden, it's not to the point where we can't find it." Although Han Fei had reached an agreement with Lu Yu and the others on the surface. However, as long as he didn't become a king, he couldn't compare with the masters of these immortal palaces. Therefore, before becoming a king, Han Fei would never be exposed to the sphere of influence of others. As for this route, it was naturally left by Xian Feng for him. However, the route left by Xian Feng finally turned to the route of the witch pirates, and eventually led to the martial Emperor City. Han Fei didn't want to have anything to do with the witch pirates now, and he didn't want more people to know about his relationship with the witch pirates. Therefore, Han Fei planned to use an abandoned route on this route map. This was a route that had been silent for a long time. This route had been abandoned for too long. Even Xian Feng only occasionally used this route to take a shortcut and rarely used it in its entirety. In fact, this route originally belonged to the 9 Palace Heaven. The first half of the route had disappeared without a trace, but the second half of the route was still there. Although the Yin-Yang Heaven and the Waterwood Heaven had been moved away from the chaotic ocean, the 9 Palace Heaven was still there. The 9 Palace Heaven didn't enter a closed state at the beginning, but was gradually targeted and forced into a closed state. Because of this, many villages and towns in the 9 Palace Heaven had disappeared, and the population had plummeted. The 9 Palace Heaven had fought back, but in the end, 2 fists couldn't defeat 4 hands. In the end, the 9 Palace Heaven couldn't even be found. However, their route was preserved. With the disappearance of the 9 Palace Heaven, the route was gradually abandoned. Xian Feng knew the 9 Palace Heaven very well. She even knew part of the route of the Yin-Yang Heaven. However, there seemed to be a problem with the route of the Yin-Yang Heaven, and it was completely abandoned. 2 hours later, before Song Kaiyuan and the others saw Han Fei, they felt that something was wrong. Suddenly, with a hum, 2 figures appeared on the mast. Everyone was very surprised by Han Fei's appearance. They were both half-king realms, but why were they so excellent? The 2 people who appeared on the mast were Han Fei and Xia Shaochan. Han Fei smiled and said lazily, "Welcome to the Avengers. I wonder, do you like this greeting gift?" Of course, everyone knew what Han Fei was talking about. Except for the god-deceiving precious technique, what else could it be? Li Kaitian said, "Captain, this thing is good, but isn't the price a little too expensive?" Among the people on this trip, Li Kaitian was the most straightforward. Even Mu, she was more flexible than Li Kaitian. Han Fei frowned. "You think it's too expensive?" It was merely 1,000,000 top-grade spirit stones. If he wanted to buy supreme-grade divine weapons, he would only buy 20 or 30 of them. But what did you get in exchange? A divine quality technique. How dare you tell me it's expensive? Yes, you. Owe me 100,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones. Li Kaitian. Everyone. Mu Shui Sisi couldn't help glancing at her senior brother. Song Kaiyuan immediately smiled and said, Captain, it's not expensive. A divine quality technique is extremely rare even in the Sutras Tower. How can it be compared with 1,000,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones? Song Kaiyuan was speechless to Li Kaitian. Don't you know this guy's temper? Is there anyone in the entire chaotic ocean that he doesn't dare to rob? The others didn't speak, and they all looked at Han Fei in different ways. Song Kaiyuan's heart was as clear as a mirror. He had a very accurate grasp of this guy's identity, strength, and means. Li Kaitian was fined money as soon as he boarded the ship, mainly because he challenged the captain's status and prestige. Jian, who looked at Han Fei with soaring fighting intent in his eyes. He actually regarded Han Fei as a powerful opponent. As for Mu Shui Sisi, Lu Ran, and Mu Shi, they were discussing in secret. Mu Shui Sisi exclaimed, Hey, I don't quite believe that this person is a bit like Shuezhan. The temperaments of these two people are obviously different. Lu Ran added, Just look at the God-deceiving precious technique. It's a venerable level divine quality technique that's best at hiding itself. Since his identity has been exposed, there's no way he can escape. Otherwise, do you think the 4 palace masters are all wrong about him? Mu Shi said, I can tell that he's not a good guy. If I had known that he was such a person, I wouldn't have given him that sun moon shell. After what happened last time, Mu Shi just thought that Shuezhan was just a cold-hearted person and didn't hold a grudge. But now it seemed that this guy was clearly a liar. Now he was standing in front of her openly, as if he didn't know her. Of course, what made Mu Shi say this was because she glanced at Xia Shaochan sitting on the mast from time to time. Today, who didn't know that Xia Shaochan was the princess of the mermaid royal family? Everyone marveled at Han Fei's audacity, but the girls didn't have a good impression of Xia Shaochan at all. Lu Ran said, Sisi, do you want to try again? Mu Shui Sisi said, Do you want to die? Try again at this time? The princess of the mermaid royal family. Alas, with one order. She killed everyone. Although I support Sisi very much, in my opinion, let's forget about this matter. Han Fei thought to himself, You 3, do you think I can't hear you talking here? Immediately, Han Fei's eyes fell on the 3 of them, and the look in his eyes was self-evident. Mu Shui Sisi immediately said, Not good, he can hear us. Immediately, Lu Ran and Mu Shi trembled and stopped talking. However, they were secretly speechless. Isn't this guy not a king yet? How can he even hear the voice transmission of people in our realm? Humph! Han Fei snorted softly. On this trip, the palace masters asked you to go on the Avenger. Although I don't quite understand his intentions. But from today on, where the Avenger goes, what to do and what to do, you just need to cooperate unconditionally. You will do what you should do. I will give you the rewards you deserve. Don't question my judgment. Don't question my orders. Han Fei grinned and looked into the distance. Let's go. Half a month later, in a place shrouded in mist, the waves on the sea surged one after another. The 9-palace sky, the route that was almost abandoned, was really not easy to take. Along the way, they encountered as many as 7 half-king realm sea creatures. On this day, the sea was foggy and the surrounding spiritual energy was thin. Everyone had a bad feeling. Song Kaiyuan said, Captain, there seems to be something wrong with this route. Even the most dangerous route generally won't have so many powerful creatures in a row. However, so many half-king realm creatures have appeared on this route. This one seems more difficult to deal with than the other sea demons. Han Fei said lightly, Don't talk nonsense. When the enemy comes, it's over. Just wait. Hoop. After the time it took for half an incense stick to burn, just as the Avenger was about to complete a void shift, suddenly, dozens of black shadows appeared in the water. Han Fei frowned slightly. Get ready to fight. A group of lightning dragon eels dare to provoke the Avenger? Don't leave a single one alive. Kill them all. Hiss! Everyone's face turned green. Damn, there must be more than 20 of them. Kill them all? Is this something the few of us can do? Hoop! Ho! Huge figures emerged from the seawater one after another. It was no exaggeration to say that one of their heads was as big as 2 Avengers. Their bodies were nearly 10,000 meters long. At this point, the lightning dragon eels attacked, and Han Fei didn't take action. What could Song Kaiyuan and the others do? They could only take action. Clang! At the moment when the lightning dragon eel came out of the water, Sword Regret burst out with a soaring sword chi. As soon as the sword was out, the world was eclipsed. The power of that sword was traceless. Only a touch of brilliant light flashed. Buzz, buzz, boom, in front of the lightning dragon eel. Dazzling lightning blasted down. Hiss, the two fought extremely fast. At this moment, the giant lightning dragon eel's body was cut open by a sword. A massive amount of lightning exploded in all directions. In an instant, this sea area became a sea of lightning. Li Kaitian roared and leaped out with the silver rod in his hand. The shadow of the rod was tens of thousands of meters long, and its power was so overwhelming that the sea was temporarily flattened. It's just lightning. How can it be so fierce? Wow. So F** king. Exciting. Bam. Bam. Li Kaitian smashed the head of a lightning dragon eel with his rod, but at least 100 bolts of lightning shrouded him and instantly blew him up into an iron-head fish. Lu Ran cried, Ow! Ow! I hate lightning. The fall of several lightning dragon eels caused the surrounding lightning dragon eels to burst into thunderous lightning at the same time. Not only the lightning dragon eels themselves were bursting with lightning. Above the sky, lightning was also falling. Han Fei looked at the people who were stunned by the lightning, knowing that these lightning couldn't kill them. After all, not all of them were half-king realm creatures. Among them, only 7 had reached the half-king realm, and Sword Regret and Li Kaitian each killed one. A figure quietly stood on the head of a lightning rod dragon eel. She raised the daggers in both hands, and the supergiant eel that was more than 600 meters wide fell apart. That person was none other than Xia Shaochan. When countless lightning bolts fell, Xia Shaochan activated her pure mystic body and was instantly bathed in the terrifying lightning. Mu Shui Cece, Lu Ran, and Mu Shi also rushed to their targets. Seeing that they should be fine, Han Fei immediately appeared in the sky, thousands of meters high. Han Fei raised his hand, took out the embroidery needle, and shouted, Big, big, big! Chapter 1821. In the ocean, the greatest danger came from the unknown. However, for a person like Han Fei, a person who always looked for trouble, a mere fierce beast invasion was nothing to him. When Han Fei saw the power of thunder, he decided to leave the lightning attracting dragon eels to Song Kaiyuan and the others, but he had another idea in his mind. The embroidery needle in Han Fei's hand had become a giant pillar, a super lightning rod. From all directions, above the sky, everyone's thunder was pouring into Han Fei's body. At that moment, the terrifying power that Han Fei endured made Li Kaitian drool with envy. Li Kaitian smacked his lips. So strong! In the past half-month, the way the 3 girls looked at Han Fei had changed. Others took the route, hoping not to encounter danger. But Han Fei only hoped that more and more fierce beasts would come to hunt. Damn it, damn it, damn it! On Han Fei's shoulder, he heard a big starfish roaring. Its 6 tentacles were all smoking. The lumps on the starfish's body were all exposed by the electricity. Han Fei shouted, Don't open the shield. Grow bigger. Han Fei grabbed the hexagon starfish and threw it into the sky. In an instant, the starfish became 100 meters in size. How dare it not obey Han Fei's words? Bam! 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 Han Fei went up and punched and kicked it. The hexagon starfish had never experienced this before. In an instant, it was hammered thousands of times by Han Fei. Immediately afterward, Han Fei launched the Monkey King 3,000 strikes again. Help! Kill the starfish! Xia Shaochan, help me! Han Fei snorted. Today, even if you scream yourself hoarse, it's useless. What happened to the energy accumulated in your body? If I don't help you break through today, this will never be over. Below, the lightning-attracting dragon eels were not idiots. After all, most of the strong masters on their side were killed. So, of course, they had to escape. When they saw the animal in the sky, they instantly understood this idea. This is not a human at all. He didn't even spare their starfish. How could he let them go? They knew that if they had been a step slower, they would have died. The battle only lasted for 100 seconds, and the hexagon starfish was almost stunned by Han Fei. Every time Han Fei struck with the rod, the power of lightning poured into its body. The massive amount of energy accumulated in his body was being consumed at a crazy rate, and his spiritual energy was also dispersing at a crazy rate. The 100-meter-long starfish was beaten to 80 meters, and all kinds of blood and pulp were spraying. A moment later, everyone's eyelids twitched. Even Xia Shaochan couldn't help but narrow her eyes. She thought to herself, this big starfish has been living a happy life for decades. This time he was beaten back in one go. Crack! In midair, the big starfish was beaten to a pulp. This guy was like a deflated balloon, and half of the impurities in his body had been removed by Han Fei. When Han Fei put away the embroidery needle, he saw that the hexagon starfish had clung to Xia Xiaochan's calf with a swish, shivering. It's terrible. Starfish wants to go home. Starfish wants to return to the mermaid royal family. Han Fei glared at him. What did you say? Starfish. Xia Shaochan scoffed. Why didn't you move before? You pushed him away and pulled him back. Now you've made a breakthrough, haven't you? Han Fei said leisurely. This time, I took the opportunity to help you temper. If you don't cultivate from today on, I don't mind helping you cultivate once a month. The effect should be similar. The 6 big eyes of the hexagon starfish rolled frantically, and his body shook violently several times. He quickly said, cultivate. From today on, starfish will start cultivating. Han Fei added, well, at most half a year. If you can't break through to the peak level of the venerable realm, I will help you by then. Han Fei was also mentally exhausted. According to the hexagon starfish's intake of resources, it was much happier than those who were looking for opportunities between life and death. Mysterious beings like them grew up extremely quickly. There was even no such thing as polishing the foundation like humans. The situation of each race was different. For creatures like humans, their growth might be accompanied by their own polishing. But for the hexagon starfish, perhaps their polishing method was another, such as how much energy they absorbed. Li Kaitian and the others couldn't help looking around. Now, Han Fei and Xia Shaochan didn't bother to hide their identities in front of them. Even the hexagon starfish, the mysterious creature, had been taken out to teach them a lesson. In the past, who would have known that a mysterious creature like the hexagon starfish would be beaten like this? Now, they finally discovered that Han Fei was used to being domineering. Anyone who came over would be taught a lesson. Song Kaiyuan said, Captain, I feel that there is something wrong with our route. Although this lightning-attracting dragon eel is strong, it seems that the crisis has passed. However, the danger that shrouds this sky doesn't seem to be over yet. Mui Shui Sisi also said, Captain, senior brother is right. I still have a bad feeling. Han Fei said grumpily, if we run when we encounter difficulties, are we still pirates? What are pirates? Pirates on the sea. Not only other ships, but also the 100 demons, the giant beast clan, the mermaid royal family, and the human race. Even these sea demons and fierce beasts are also our targets. With that, Han Fei pulled his fishing hook, and a 10,000-meter-long dragon eel was hooked over. The illusion of mountains and rivers appeared, and the dragon eel disappeared into the illusion. Song Kaiyuan and Mui Shui Sisi looked at each other. Both of them realized that this was the sea-quelling painting. However, it made sense. Han Fei was the master of the Yin-Yang heaven, so it was understandable that he had the sea-quelling painting of the Yin-Yang heaven. Han Fei ignored them. In fact, Han Fei also knew that there might be more powerful existences on his route. However, this route had already reached this point. If they wanted to change routes, it was impossible. Could he use the nautical panorama to choose a new direction? That would definitely delay him. By the time he arrived at the Martial Emperor city, the Martial Emperor's inheritance might have already passed. And the reason why there were so many powerful enemies on this route was that it had been abandoned for a long time. Even so, it was originally a route, right? Therefore, it must be possible. Instead of opening up a new route, it was better to open up this old route. In fact, Han Fei's idea was logical. Han Fei shouted, "Li Kaitian, void teleportation." With an order, the Avenger broke through the void and entered. However, the moment the Avenger broke through the void, except for Han Fei and Xia Shaochan, everyone on the ship was shocked. They saw a giant beast blocking the route. Han Fei and Xia Shaochan couldn't be more familiar with this giant beast. It turned out to be a mantis shrimp. However, this mantis shrimp had black and white stripes, a body width of more than 100 kilometers, and a body length of more than 500 kilometers. Suddenly, information appeared in Han Fei's eyes. Name: Dark Mantis Shrimp. Introduction: Dark Mantis Shrimp, a kind of giant beast left from the ancient times. The dark mantis shrimp is violent, irritable, and very aggressive. It is aggressive to many creatures. Its power is extremely terrifying, and its punches are astonishingly fast. Its punches are hidden in the void and are difficult to detect. After transforming into a human, the dark mantis shrimp is good at hiding. Level 91 Quality Ancient Mutant Realm Sea Expansion Path Speed contains Chaotic Chi 1962 Combat Skills Void Breaking Fist Nerve Knife Worldly Spirit Hammer Universe Piercing Armor Food like Shellfish, Crustaceans Collectible Dark Arm Dark Eye Mantis Armor Distance Absorbable Remarks: The dark mantis shrimp is extremely fast. If you can't keep up with it, you will be easily killed. Hiss! Even Han Fei couldn't help but gasp. The last time he saw such a big creature was when he saw the king crab. Although the mantis shrimp was much smaller than the king crab, it was still relative. Compared with Han Fei's boat, in the eyes of the mantis crab, it was probably just a sesame seed. Han Fei also keenly captured a few pieces of information. The giant beasts could transform into human beings. This meant that the giant beast bloodline was not limited to maintaining a gigantic body. In addition, after transforming into human beings, the way they were good at fighting was slightly different. Jian Hui's voice was cold. Giant beasts, adult giant beasts. Mu Shui Sisi exclaimed, "It's a dark mantis shrimp. It's so big. Has it already reached the sea expansion realm?" "Mu," she exclaimed, "how can we fight it? How can there be such a king of giant beasts on the route?" Lu Ran glanced at Han Fei. "Get ready to fight. Prepare for the king's strike." While the others were all on guard, Xia Shaochan held the dagger with both hands, supported herself on the horizontal bar of the mast, and swung her calves. She turned her head and looked at Han Fei. "The sea expansion realm. Do you want to fight it?" Han Fei said, "Let me do it." Xia Shaochan narrowed her eyes and said, "I want to feel the power of the sea expansion realm. If I can't, I will retreat." Han Fei shook his head. "Even if you use the heavenly cicada transformation, you can't resist 50% of the power of the sea expansion realm." Xia Shaochan was surprised. Even the lowest level of the sea expansion realm can have the power of 60,000 waves. Han Fei looked at the dark mantis shrimp. How strong was this thing at level 91? He didn't know. The king crab was so weak because it was on the verge of death. Besides, if the king crab had used its last resort, ordinary kings in the sea expansion realm wouldn't have dared to fight it head-on. The dark mantis shrimp in front of him was a giant beast, so its power must be no less than 60,000 waves. So Han Fei asked, "Do other kings have it?" "I don't know, but this dark mantis shrimp, they definitely have it." Chapter 1822. Fuse. As soon as he answered Xia Xiaochan, Han Fei fused with Little Black and Little White and shouted, "Girl, retreat!" Song Kaiyuan gasped and shouted, "It's a wild king!" Li Kaitian, retreat! Everything happened too fast. When Han Fei found that the dark mantis shrimp was using the great Tao of speed, he realized that something was wrong. After Han Fei fused with Little Black and Little White, he saw a ray of light sweeping across the sky. However, it was not light, but the dark mantis shrimp's hooking limbs, intending to split the Avenger in half. Han Fei immediately activated the great Tao of time. A blue barrier appeared directly in front of the Avenger. At this moment, everyone saw that it was a huge sickle that was charging towards them. "Oh my God!" Li Kaitian and the others couldn't help exclaiming. This scene was too horrifying to watch. The incomparably huge superforlum was hundreds of miles long. It stretched out in front of the Avenger like a hook hanging down from the sky. Jian, who couldn't help but hold the sword in his hand. His body became hot and his palms were sweating. Xia Xiaochan's face changed greatly. So fast! Although she saw that it was a huge limb, it was not very clear. Xia Xiaochan felt that if this attack was aimed at her, she would only have time to turn into a shadow at most. After the dark mantis shrimp's attack was slowed down by time, Han Fei activated his spiritual energy in an instant. Han Fei's figure appeared 100 kilometers away in an instant, holding a blue blade of light. Puff! At that moment, Han Fei extracted the power of time and slashed the limb, only to see a 7 or 8 kilometers long limb cut off. Behind Han Fei, the illusion of mountains and rivers appeared. This huge limb fell into it and was suppressed by Han Fei with a thought. "Haha, Your Excellency is a little too anxious. How can my Avengers be destroyed so easily? Have you asked me for my permission?" Gulp! Mui Shui Sisi couldn't help swallowing. Wow, is this the legendary Great Tao of Time? How could it be so tyrannical? I didn't even see that attack, and Captain actually lost a limb? Sword regrets, eyelids twitched. Too fast. Whether it was the Dark Knight Mantis Shrimp Strike or Han Fei Slash, they were all too fast for him to react. Judging from the intensity of the attacks from both sides, Jian Hui helplessly realized that if he were to give it his all, it would probably be the same. It would be impossible for it to be stronger. Only then did Jian Hui realize that he didn't want to compete with Han Fei. It was really ridiculous. His strongest attack was no match for his opponent's ordinary attack. How was he supposed to fight? Lu Ran and Mu Shi both widened their eyes and exchanged a look. It seemed that they could see several questions in each other's eyes that went straight to their souls. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? The hexagon starfish shuddered and rolled its 6 big eyes crazily. Is the world of the strong all like this? Isn't this strength a little too strong? If the mantis shrimp's claw slashed on my 6-gate formation, the hexagon starfish's eyes froze and he quickly came to a conclusion. I absolutely can't resist it, nor can I escape. However, such an ending seemed to be beyond the mantis shrimp's expectation. A hoarse and stiff voice sounded between heaven and earth. The great Tao of Time? Human, have you touched the legendary level? Han Fei sneered. Legendary level? I am the legendary level. Get out of my way. Otherwise, it's hard to say who will die in the battle. Although Han Fei was a little confident, he couldn't be too tough in the face of a pioneer sea state master. If he were alone, he would definitely ignore this mantis shrimp and even take the initiative to provoke it and fight it for hundreds of rounds. However, the mantis shrimp's attack was so fast that he didn't even have time to put away the Avenger and the others. How arrogant! I'd like to see what kind of taboo the great Tao of time is. Bam! Bam! As soon as he said that, a pair of fist marks blasted at him at the speed of light. It was no exaggeration to say that even though Han Fei had reacted with the yin-yang divine eyes and the great Tao of time slowed down the speed of the two fists, Han Fei's body still couldn't keep up with the speed of the fists. However, Han Fei knew the mantis shrimp too well. No matter how fast your punches are, the weak points were at the very end of the forelimb where the joints were. Therefore, Han Fei had already prepared a knife attack. Han Fei didn't know when he had been holding two knives in his hands. The two knives seemed to break through the void in an instant, turning into dazzling knife marks, and directly appeared at the very end of the mantis shrimp's joints. The dark mantis shrimp didn't expect Han Fei to be so tough. In the face of its high-speed punches, Han Fei could so calmly shatter two ultra-quality divine weapons and exchange blows with it. Bam! Han Fei had already predicted how strong the punch of the dark mantis shrimp would be. Under such a terrifying punching speed, he might not be able to withstand a punch at all. However, in front of the great Tao of time, it was just a matter of a wisp of chaotic energy to withstand this punch. Han Fei's body exploded in an instant. However, before Xia Shaochan and the others panicked, they saw a cluster of blue shadows emerging. Immediately afterward, Han Fei's figure appeared again. At this moment, even Han Fei couldn't help but exclaim that the time-light technique was so F***ing useful. Han Fei even wondered how old monster Chu could comprehend such a great technique. Han Fei guessed that he must have obtained it from the 9-star pearl. Fortunately, old monster Chu was killed by him. Otherwise, if that guy really became a king, not to mention the yin-yang heaven, even the 36 black heavens might not be able to kill him. Who, on the Avenger that was retreating rapidly, everyone swallowed involuntarily. What a terrifying power! Even a freak like Han Fei was blown up in an instant. How strong was the dark mantis shrimp? The hexagon starfish murmured, "Starfish, I need to work hard on cultivation. It's too scary. This world is too scary." Xia Shaochan scolded, "Shut up! If you keep talking, I'll throw you to the battlefield." While talking, Xia Shaochan held the daggers and knives, and the blood in her body kept rising. A battle of this level had aroused her desire to fight. She was calculating that if she fused the shadow shrimp and the giant arowana at the same time after activating the heavenly cicada transformation, she should be able to fight it. However, the premise was that she couldn't be hit by the mantis shrimp. Otherwise, she might be hammered half to death with just one hit. On the other side, Han Fei blocked the blow of the dark mantis shrimp head-on. Within 10,000 kilometers, the terrifying twin hammers made the sea swirl, and the waves splashed for thousands of kilometers. To the dark mantis shrimp's surprise, the yin-yang reincarnation knife also hit it. Crack, poof! With only one slash, the joint of the dark mantis shrimp's forelimb was cut off by Han Fei. Not only was its forelimb cut off, but the blade of nothingness also cut its soul. Hiss, roar, the dark mantis shrimp thought that it was a sea expansion realm expert. How could it be beaten to this extent by a half-king human? Immediately it was furious. As soon as its soul collided with Han Fei's blade of nothingness, a soul explosion was set off. Just when it was about to take back its broken limb, Han Fei took a step and turned into a golden giant, with a fist mark in his hand, which was attached to an array. Sacrificing punch! Seeing that Han Fei dared to take the initiative to attack it, the dark mantis shrimp immediately hammered at him, even though it only had one forelimb left. In midair, even though they were very far away, they could still see a surge of power tearing through the sky, creating a spatial crack that was thousands of miles long. Li Kaitian swallowed his saliva and said, "Should we retreat further away? This power is too terrifying. We're thousands of kilometers away, but it still hit us. Song Kaiyuan nodded. No, just be ready to teleport at any time. The captain's strength is extraordinary. He is not at a disadvantage in this battle. Instead, he has a slight advantage. Our side has a good chance of winning. Song Kaiyuan's words shocked everyone. That was a real king in the sea expansion realm. Their captain was only a half-king, but he still had the upper hand. This put a lot of pressure on them. If their captain was too strong, they would be too weak. On the battlefield, Han Fei took the punch head-on, but he was also dripping with blood. But so what? Poochie, all of a sudden, the dark mantis shrimp was surprised to find that the broken part of its forelimb was slashed with the same blade power as just now. At the same time, another blade of nothingness slashed at the dark mantis shrimp. Seizing the opportunity, Han Fei quickly came to the broken forelimb of the dark mantis shrimp. The illusion of mountains and rivers appeared and swallowed the 100-kilometer-long forelimb into the sea, quelling painting. At this moment, Han Fei roared. Within 1,000 kilometers, the sea surged and infinite blades soared into the sky. Under the blade of blade, purgatory, the sea was enveloped by blade light. Holding the blade of time, Han Fei dove into the blade purgatory and attacked the other forelimb of the dark mantis shrimp. Han Fei roared. Come on, if you dare, try to be arrogant with me again. Let's see how many lives you have. Hiss! On the other side, the dark mantis shrimp had just suppressed Han Fei's violent attack. The blade of time was too strong, and it found that it couldn't defeat it at all. Chapter 18:23. Clang, clang, clang. Thousands of blades fell on the shell of the night mantis shrimp almost every second. Of course, this was nothing. No matter how strong the blade purgatory was, it was not strong enough to kill a king. The battle between Han Fei and the dark night mantis shrimp had just reached its climax. With the power of the yin-yang reincarnation knife, Han Fei tricked it once. But Han Fei's follow-up actions were very fast. He continuously summoned the chaotic energy and attacked with all his strength, not giving the night mantis shrimp a chance to counterattack. Pooh! Spirit Stunning Spike and Heaven Knocking Gate were also activated at the same time. However, at this moment, a white explosion of light came crashing down from the sky. Han Fei saw that the white light seemed to be a fist mark, and he immediately thought that it must be the night mantis shrimp's universal spirit hammer. In the end, Han Fei sighed slightly. His advantage would probably be beaten back by this hammer. Han Fei immediately picked up 2 sledgehammers and smashed them across the air. Dong, dong, dong! Han Fei glided in the sky, and the shadows of his hammers filled the sky. Down below, 10,000 miles away, Mushue Sisi exclaimed, "This is the 100 Battles Godly Hammer? The legendary, top-notch hammer technique of the war giants during the Age of Chaos?" Song Kaiyuan's expression was also solemn as he said, "The super great arts of the Age of Chaos are much stronger than the great arts of the present." At that time, he would probably have to demote his current great technique by 1 level. Not only can this hammer technique be used for battle, it can also be used for forging. Its peak effect is probably not much worse than Lei Huitian's forging technique. Li Kaitian said in surprise, "You're fighting the king of the giant beasts alone? If Captain were to transcend the tribulation and become a king, how strong would he be?" Suddenly, Mu Shi said, "Xia Shaochan is missing." Xia Shaochan didn't formally introduce herself to these people. When she wanted to hide, it would be hard for Song Kaiyuan and the others to discover her. Usually, if one didn't deliberately pay attention, it would be difficult to notice that she was gone. As soon as Mu Shi's voice fell, a strange cicada cry came from the battlefield. Amidst the blades that filled the sky, there were many colors that looked like colored glaze. Then, everyone saw countless colorful lights flashing on the back of the night mantis shrimp. When he took a closer look, what kind of light was that? It was clearly an optical illusion created by a person moving too fast. Hiss! Everyone was dumbfounded and couldn't help but look at each other. Mu Shui Sisi exclaimed in surprise, really? Another half-martial king that can defeat kings? Song Kaiyuan shook his head. We haven't reached that point yet. Xia Shaochan was holding a sea-quelling bizarre treasure in her hand, and sharp metal energy rushed into the night mantis shrimp's body. Besides, due to her special identity, her spiritual beast is only powerful enough to break the shell of the night mantis shrimp. Swish, while everyone was talking, a figure shot out of the ship with a whoosh. Lu Ran shouted, Jianhui, why are you joining in the fun again? However, Li Kaitian grinned. Don't stop him. A half-king fighting a king. If he missed this opportunity, there would be no more. Sword Regret, this fellow, had been fervently brewing his sword intent since just now. He won't stop until he slashes out with his sword. Boom, 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 the hammer in the sky was hit by Han Fei's twin hammers 100 times in a row and finally completely penetrated. However, the 2 sledgehammers in Han Fei's hands were also blocked. Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. It seems that ultra-quality divine weapons are completely not enough. It's a waste of weapons to fight with kings. Or rather, it's a waste of weapons to fight with such special behemoth kings. He had already destroyed 4 of these supreme-grade divine weapons. This is not enough. Han Fei looked at Xia Shaochan, who turned into a stream of light on the back of the night mantis shrimp, lifting countless pieces of flesh and blood. The speed of the heavenly cicada transformation gave Xia Shaochan at this moment a huge force of at least 30,000 waves. And this night mantis shrimp didn't specialize in physical strength, but just had its own shell. Therefore, it couldn't completely stop Xia Shaochan. However, Han Fei immediately said to her via voice transmission, Girl, retreat. Han Fei's voice reminded Xia Shaochan. Colorful light appeared all over the sky, and Xia Shaochan flashed hundreds of times in an irregular route in a breath. Hiss, roar! The night mantis shrimp had never experienced this before. If the other party was also in the sea expansion realm, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, the other party clearly only had the strength of a half-king. Was he beaten by a group of half-kings? He felt that his dignity had been insulted. His body suddenly rolled up, and his huge body turned into a super-huge ball. On his body, the thorns that had been dormant were exposed at this moment. Within 1,000 kilometers, thousands of rolling thorns appeared. Although Xia Shaochan had retreated fast enough, she couldn't catch up with the night mantis shrimp's attack range. Fortunately, Xia Shaochan's reaction speed was relatively fast, and her unusually agile speed allowed her to avoid this weird attack. But Han Fei saw that this should be the universe-piercing technique of this night mantis shrimp. He quickly came to Xia Shaochan, took her hand, and crossed 1,000 kilometers in one step, leaving this side of the battlefield. At this time, Han Fei saw a sword chi soaring into the sky, crossing thousands of kilometers. Oh no, it was brought here by Sword Regret from thousands of kilometers away. When Sword Regret approached Han Fei, he instantly drew his sword. Where Han Fei was should be the limit of his distance to the night mantis shrimp. If he went any closer, he would be courting death. Anyway, the body of the night mantis shrimp was too big, and Sword Regret was not afraid of missing. Han Fei couldn't help but be surprised. The sword chi of Sword Regret was so powerful. In terms of the power of this blow alone, it was comparable to the blow of a king, like the White Armor Emperor. This strength was indeed terrifying. Even Xia Shaochan was surprised. This guy is so strong. Even I may not be able to block this sword strike. Han Fei shook his head slightly. With his physique and strength, he can only make one sword strike at most. You stay here, and I'll go chop this shrimp. In the blink of an eye, Han Fei saw Sword Regret's sword strike, and the yin-yang reincarnation knife was still erupting on the battlefield. Han Fei stretched out his hand and grabbed a big wine pot. Xia Shaochan recognized it at a glance. Wasn't that the big gourd that Han Fei picked up behind the bronze gate? How could it be used as a weapon? However, Han Fei held the gourd and said, "Big, big, big." However, the gourd didn't respond. Han Fei immediately added, "Kill him. It'll go with your wine." The gourd in Han Fei's hand suddenly became much fatter, from a half-foot-long gourd to 100-meter-long gourd. The gourd continued to grow and suddenly became thousands of meters long. When the gourd was about to strike down, its body had grown to a terrifying size of more than 30 kilometers, not to mention Xia Shaochan and the others. Even Han Fei himself was dumbfounded. At this time, the gourd broke through the void, detonating the void, and flames swept the sky. The dark night mantis, shrimp, thought to itself, "It's just a gourd. How can it turn the sky upside down? I'll smash it with one blow." Rumble, however, when the two collided, the entire body of the dark night mantis shrimp was deformed. More than half of the dark night mantis shrimp's carapace collapsed in an instant with a series of cracking sounds. Not good. In this terrifying explosion, Xia Shaochan and Sword Regret consciously retreated. The two of them couldn't bear this thing. At this time, the immature knife technique of the yin-yang reincarnation knife continued to erupt. In an instant, a section of the mantis shrimp's body was cut off. The gigantic mantis shrimp suddenly turned into a cloud of mist. On the Avenger, the group of people looked at each other in shock. Li Kaitian exclaimed, "Wow, this is the Dark Knight mantis shrimp dead?" Lu Ran exclaimed, "Seriously? Did the captain kill a king?" Song Kaiyuan nodded. There were no weather changes. I don't think so. At the scene, Han Fei frowned and saw the wine gourd open the stopper by itself. A huge section of the mantis shrimp's body was completely swallowed by this guy. Amidst the exploding fog, a young man dressed in black and wearing a white cloak could be seen. One of his arms was rapidly growing, and so were his two legs. This person looked at Han Fei across the air. Although he was reluctant, he could only flee with a dark face. This time, Han Fei didn't chase him. If he continued to fight, his Dao wouldn't be able to hold on. When the time was up, he would be even less of a match for this guy. Coincidentally, the half-baked yin-yang reincarnation knife burst out again at this moment, and the eyelids of the black-clothed young man twitched. Swish, when the black-clothed man disappeared in the void, the gourd also returned to its previous size. "You swallowed the mountain-like body of a king. How much did you leave for me?" Han Fei was speechless. "Big brother. Brother, I fought so hard and only got a plucked limb? King broke a small part of your body." Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. It was a pity that he didn't have enough chaotic energy. Otherwise, his chaotic energy would immediately soar to more than 4,000 wisps. When he became a king, he might have more than 5,000 wisps. It was a pity that it was just a plucked limb. It would be great if it had a few dozen wisps of chaotic energy. Han Fei returned from the center of the battlefield. Everyone looked at him as if he were a monster. Li Kaitian asked curiously, "Is the captain dead?" Han Fei said grumpily, "Dead? He ran away." Phew! Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he ran away. Otherwise, this captain of theirs would probably be able to kill a king by now. If the captain was so strong, why would he need the crew? Even so, they couldn't express their shock. A half-king had beaten a king away? If word of this got out, who would believe it? Han Fei said grumpily, "Continue to teleport. Half a day later, we'll have mantis shrimp hot pot." Chapter 1824. Although some beast kings had been driven away, Han Fei didn't dare to stay too long on the Nine Palace Sky route. Who knew how many good friends he had? If they agreed to attack together, there would be no way to fight. Half a day later, the Avenger broke through the void and appeared on a relatively peaceful route. On this route, there were more kinds of sea creatures, and the pressure around them was gone. This was the common route of the Golden Crow Heaven. Because it was a common route, all the major pirate groups used it. The way to the Martial Emperor City was not a secret, and it could only be taken by the common route. Therefore, at this moment, Han Fei and the others had already gotten rid of the danger of the Nine Palace sky route. At this moment, Han Fei was deboning. He had cut off a complete stolen limb and brought back a stump, absorbing a total of 37 wisps of chaotic energy. At this moment, the hot pot was boiling. Baji, however, at this moment, Han Fei was eating alone, including Xia Shaochan and the hexagon starfish. Everyone was already sitting cross-legged. Even though they were already half-beast kings, they couldn't bear eating 3 pots of king meat in a row. Of course, this meat couldn't directly help them break through. Xia Shaochan was the first to wake up. Then, Sword Regret and the others woke up one after another. Han Fei said, "In another 3 days at most, we will reach the outskirts of Martial Emperor City. There's still about 15 days before the so-called invincible inheritance. In the next 15 days, it's time for you to start playing your role." Song Kaiyuan said, "Captain, the Martial Emperor City also has countless resources. Should we land in the Martial Emperor City first, take a look at the city, and then plunder?" Song Kaiyuan knew that Han Fei had the intention to plunder. For Han Fei, he could plunder anyone in the entire chaotic ocean. Song Kaiyuan even felt that with Han Fei's character, if he stayed in the chaotic ocean for a long time, he would definitely be among the top 10 pirate groups. If Han Fei made a breakthrough, he might even be among the top 3. Golden Crow Heaven on the normal sailing route. A ship made of red and yellow wood and inlaid with various special metals was slowly approaching. The captain was about 300 meters long, and there were as many as 21 venerable realm powerhouses on it. There was a sea expansion realm expert. At this moment, 2 young men were chatting at the bow of the ship. One of them was Xia Hai. One of them said, "Brother Hai, I heard that the Martial Emperor City didn't reject anyone this time. Why are there so few people from our Golden Crow Heaven?" Xia Hai chuckled. How could they all come at once? What kind of place was Martial Emperor City? The battle outside Martial Emperor City was endless, and the situation was treacherous. Unless a king comes to hunt us, it's extremely difficult for anyone to hunt us. So we will go first. The real main force was still behind. It was said that Golden Crow Heaven had nearly 300 people on this trip. This number is already quite a lot. It already accounts for a small half of our Golden Crow Heavenly Venerables. Another person said with a smile, "Looks like the Martial Emperor's inheritance this time will be a fierce battle. If so many people from every clan came, wouldn't the Martial Emperor City become the place with the most prodigies in the entire chaotic Azure Ocean?" Xia Hai laughed. "What do you think? Even without us going, Martial Emperor City is still the place with the most venerables in the chaotic Azure Ocean. Let's not talk about the 10 great pirate crews for now. Just the number of venerables from the 36 mysterious heavens and various races that have escaped over the years is uncountable." Another person said, "I'm afraid there won't be many true prodigies this time. Last time, even Beitang Xian was seriously injured in the land of the king perished. I heard that he won't be able to come this time. Other than Wu Hao, Brother Hai, you are the best among all the prodigies." Humph. Xia Hai couldn't help but think of Shui Zhan's damned mask. The land of the king perished was an accident. Someone who shouldn't have snuck in. That bastard even abducted the merfolk royal family's princess. This time, it didn't matter even if they ran into each other, because the Martial Emperor's inheritance shouldn't have a situation where powerhouses would clash. After all, an inheritance was an inheritance. It depended on who had more potential. This time his chances were high. However, he had to admit that Shui Zhan wasn't easy to deal with. What a pity. How did that guy manage to sneak into the land of the king perished? How good would it be if he was killed? All of a sudden the air trembled. Everyone saw a large black ship emerging from the void. Instantly, there was a commotion on the Golden Crow Sky's ship. "It's the pirates. The Skull Flag. It's the Avengers. Prepare the fire essence cannons," Bang, however, before the Golden Crow Sky could make a move, the bow of the Avengers began to change shape. The bow opened up like the sharp teeth of a shark. A black bronze cannon barrel appeared. With a whoosh, a golden light shot out. Bang, boom, waves surged into the sky. A giant fire bird soared into the sky above the Golden Crow Sky ship. Boom, a terrifying Taoist rhyme that surpassed the power of a half-martial monarch surged out along with spiritual chi and bombarded the Golden Crow Sky ship. However, the giant bird was covered in fire elemental energy. After 2 consecutive attacks, it was unable to break through the Golden Crow Sky ship formation. He had thought that the rumored Avenger was very powerful. Turns out they're just SOO. Compared to our energy cannons, their energy cannons aren't much stronger. After all, they're just a small pirate group that's in the limelight. Destroy them. Xia Hai's eyes were cold as he shouted in a low voice. This Avengers is the culprit who killed Gold Yuan. How dare they rob the Golden Crow Sky today? Kill. Bam. This time, it was the fire essence cannons' turn to hit the Avengers. However, it was even more exaggerated this time. The Avengers clashed head-on with the fire essence cannon. The bow of the ship flickered, and the entire Avengers emerged from the billowing waves of fire. Seeing that the enemy's ship formation was not scary, Han Fei directly attacked. Han Fei broke through the void and slashed with his knife. The wings of the huge firebird formation were directly broken. Hiss! At this moment, on the Golden Crow Sky, a half-martial monarch exclaimed, "Not good! This man actually broke 30% of the Golden Crow formation with one slash. What kind of strength is this?" Xia Hai immediately took out a jade slip and shouted in a low voice, "Hold on. As long as you hold on for 5 minutes, when the King of Fire arrives, these people won't be able to escape." Xia Hai thought that as long as they could hold Han Fei for 5 minutes, it would be enough. Even this ship formation could last for 20 breaths of time. However, when Han Fei slapped the Golden Crow Sky ship formation more than 20 times in a row with terrifying power, Xia Hai's face changed. This man is so strong. In terms of strength, he is more than several times stronger than ordinary half-martial monarchs. At the moment when the ship formation was broken, the 21 people on the Golden Crow Sky all fused with their spiritual beasts at the same time, ready for a full-scale battle. Xia Hai, on the other hand, crushed a jade slip in his hand. Anyway, he just needed to wait for the King of Fire to arrive. If he resisted, he would be injured and lose the opportunity to obtain the martial emperor's inheritance. Wouldn't it be a pity? He might as well block this man with a king's strike first. However, a figure wrapped in a fireball appeared in the void, blocking Han Fei's way. But Han Fei didn't panic. He shouted unhurriedly, "You want to enter the Avengers? It's time to test your strength. Attack and rob them for me." At this moment, Song Kaiyuan and the others had already practiced the deceiving precious technique. After changing their appearances, Xia Hai and the others couldn't see them at all. Besides the Grand Mystic Palace, the Azure Glaze Palace, and the other 2 immortal palaces rarely showed up in the 36 mysterious heavens. Except for the place where the king perished once, they hadn't seen each other for hundreds of years. Of course, Xia Hai and the others didn't know what methods they had. Therefore, when fighting, they weren't afraid of exposing anything. Li Kaitian immediately roared, put away his rod, and took out 2 big axes. In addition to his rod skills, his axe blades were also unparalleled. At this moment, the giant axe was like a 100-meter-tall giant striking with all its strength, and the axe light fell from the sky. Extremely sharp. Falling fire, heavenly fire meteor technique. The heavenly talent of the Golden Crow Sky was naturally not weak. One of them was good at using shields. With a chain of fire shields in front of him, heavenly fire fell from behind and locked onto Li Kaitian. However, he underestimated Li Kaitian's ability. Naturally, he couldn't show his strength when fighting with Han Fei. However, when fighting with ordinary demi-king level cultivators, Li Kaitian stacked his double axes and penetrated with 6 layers of divine power. With a bang, this person was directly smashed into pieces. As for the fire meteorites behind him, Lycaetion roared, and a gelatinous shield shadow appeared, which remained intact no matter how the heavenly fire rained on it. And Sword Regret was quite relaxed. He had already been preparing his sword intent, and as soon as he slashed out, brilliance flashed. One person was killed, and a sun-moon shell fell into his hand. Lu Ran used her jade palm to crush one of the cultivators and his spiritual beast tortoise. Even Mu Shi, because she had prepared in advance and fused with her spiritual beast early. A thing called the jellyfish fairy had a thorn that could imprison the opponent in the first place. Immediately afterward, a white sword shadow appeared, and this person was also cut into pieces. Mu Shui Sisi held a big bow in her hand, shot into the air, and there was a phoenix flying. Among the arrow patterns, there was an array superimposed. How could a woman who was spoiled by the academy not have any strength? At this time, Song Kaiyuan's sky-severing brush pierced out, directly encircling the 3 opponents into his domain. When the brush was drawn, there was an azure dragon, and when there was sword chi, there was sword chi. Facing Song Kaiyuan's stormy brush, these 3 people were blown up in an instant. At this moment, half of the powerhouses on the Golden Crow sky ship were blown up immediately. Instead, he said leisurely, "This is a robbery. Hand over the sun-moon shell, and I'll spare your lives. Otherwise, I'll kill you all." First, asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 1825. Xia Hai thought he was very strong, but he didn't know that no one on the Avenger was weaker than him. Xia Hai bellowed, "Don't hold back, everyone. Hold on. You're all half-kings. Don't tell me you can't even hold on for 5 minutes." However, after Xia Hai roared, his eyes suddenly blurred. Xia Hai's heart skipped a beat. Immediately afterward, Xia Hai felt a sharp pain in his spirit. His body split apart involuntarily. He immediately realized that there was a problem with his shadow. Something was cutting his shadow. Without hesitation, Xia Hai launched a divine soul attack, instantly unleashing a soul explosion in an attempt to force Xia Shaoqian out. However, a dragon's roar was heard. The dragon's roar exploded. Xia Hai felt his head was buzzing. He didn't have time to think. He didn't even know where the enemy was. The power of the fire element was detonated immediately, and the terrifying temperature swept across the world. However, in the midst of the flames, the shadow of a purple shield appeared and completely withstood his high-temperature attack. This was the defense array of the hexagon starfish, but Xia Hai couldn't see it. Puff, there was a flash of light, and Xia Hai's entire body was sliced into pieces. His divine soul, flesh, and blood were all shattered. In just a single exchange and a moment of carelessness, a dignified half-monarch had fallen to such a state. And the flame shadow in the sky glanced at the one-sided situation below and wanted to go down to help, but a fist shadow came at him. Boom! Under the punch, the strike of a king was immediately annihilated. The golden crows below were dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? Is Han Fei so strong? Not only is Han Fei's strength so terrifying that he can compete with a king, but the Golden Crows found that the strength of everyone on the Avenger was actually the strongest among the heavenly talents. The situation was almost one-sided. In such a situation, how could he fight back? At this time, someone below finally couldn't bear it anymore. Someone shouted, "You just want the sun-moon shell. Don't kill me. I'll give it to you." Han Fei sneered, "I'm going to rob this ship." Everyone. Li Kaitian shouted, "Didn't you hear? We also took the ship." Han Fei casually pointed at Xia Hai's position and gave him another blow, heavily injuring Xia Hai, who had been reborn. A moment later, only 21 Golden Crow heaven experts were left. They didn't even have a ship. The battle went on for 15 breaths before a fire-attributed shadow descended from the sky. The man shouted, "Where is he?" Xia Hai's face paled. How the hell am I supposed to explain this? He stammered. Flame King T, that Avenger group was too strong. We were completely wiped out. The Sun Moon shell and the ship have been robbed. As they spoke, everyone lowered their heads. It was simply too embarrassing. 21 of them had failed to stop 8 people. They had been slaughtered to the point where they couldn't even find their bearings anymore. The Flame Emperor's face darkened. You're saying that so many of you were wiped out by 8 people in 30 breaths of time. The Flame Emperor could not help but doubt the strength of Xia Hai and the others. Xia Hai's voice was calm and unhurried. I've used your power, but the Flame Emperor raised his eyebrows. But what? You're stammering. Just say it. Xia Hai said in a low voice. They were defeated by Han Fei, the Avenger, in one move. The Flame Emperor. This time, the Flame Emperor had to take it seriously. This Avengers pirate group was originally a small pirate group that did not stand out. Although there was some news about them, they shouldn't be this strong, right? Didn't Han Fei, the Avenger, only have the strength of a half-king? What's going on? Even a half-martial king can easily sweep away my attack? The Flame Emperor pondered for a moment. I'm afraid this Avenger is not simple. It can block my attack, which means that Han Fei has probably passed the tribulation and become a king. Plus, someone from the Martial Emperor city captured him with 2 sea-quelling bizarre treasures, which is enough to prove this. Seeing that Xia Hai seemed to be seriously injured, the Flame Emperor couldn't help but snort and throw out a 3rd tribulation pill. Eat it. The Martial Emperor's inheritance is near. It's not a good thing to be injured now. Then, the Flame Emperor threw out a ship and said, You don't have any clones, so I won't give you anything, lest you get robbed again. Just go. When we reach the Martial Emperor city, I'll give you some resources. After all, the Avenger is not a bloodthirsty group. Otherwise, you would have been slaughtered by now. That would be tragic. What could Xia Hai and the others do? This was the only way. It was fortunate that the Avenger did not make a move. Otherwise, they would have been dead by now. On the other side, Xia Shaochan asked curiously, Why did you leave them all alive? Han Fei smiled. Although we made many enemies this time, there's no need to kill them yet. If we slaughter Xia Hai and the others now, the Golden Crow, Heavenly King, will definitely be furious. Maybe he will look for us all over the map to settle the score. At that time, he will interfere with our robbery. Also, Xia Hai and the others didn't make any big mistakes for me. I'm not a bloodthirsty person. Why should I kill them now? Xia Shaochan rolled her eyes. Then don't let the Godsbane Heaven people go. Han Fei immediately slapped his thigh and said, That's impossible. If the Godsbane Heaven dares to come, I dare to wipe them all out. One day later, Han Fei happened to leave the Golden Crow, Heavenly King's route. Song Kaiyuan said, Within 30 million kilometers of the Martial Emperor city, there is no such thing as a route. This is the free war zone. Here, Pioneer Sea Realm cultivators are not allowed to attack. In other words, Pioneer Sea Realm cultivators can only attack Pioneer Sea Realm cultivators. Han Fei said, I'm not a Pioneer Sea Realm cultivator, am I? Song Kaiyuan was silent for a moment and said, Well, I don't know if I can be counted as a Pioneer Sea Realm cultivator, but I don't think so. Han Fei sneered. Anyway, I won't do anything. Try to let you do the looting later. Here are your spoils of war. A total of 500,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones and 38 ultra-quality divine weapons. The total value of all kinds of resources is estimated to be 300,000. Mu Shui Sisi exclaimed, Ah, so much? Han Fei said, The crew members of the Avenger deserve a little more. From today on, for every ship we loot, you can divide 20% of the resources. Hiss, everyone couldn't help but look at each other. Only 20% of the resources. Didn't this mean that Han Fei had obtained 5 million ultra-quality spiritual stones from this looting? Han Fei sighed in his heart. These children of the big clans are really rich. A random loot can get them millions of resources. If I loot 3 ships a day, I'll be rich in 3 to 5 days. Han Fei tried it with the 9-palace ruler of fortune and found that it was an auspicious hexagram. Satisfied, he began to choose with the nautical panorama. At this moment, Han Fei calculated in his heart and read silently, except for the 4 glass palaces, the Snow God clan, and the myriad poison palace. All the immortal palaces, including the 100 demons, the mermaids, and the top 10 pirate groups are included. Where's the closest and richest family? The reason why he excluded the myriad poison palace was that Han Fei felt that the myriad poison ancestor might have discovered his identity. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he'd better forget it. Han Fei didn't know which ship he would loot. In any case, with the nautical panorama to guide the way, they could only blame it on their bad luck. The Avenger, at this moment, opened its hunting claws and teeth like a dormant beast and began to attack everywhere. The big ship could travel 500,000 or 600,000 kilometers through the void with a single teleportation. The periphery of the Martial Emperor City was a free battle zone. Here, the ship's direction would not be affected. So when Han Fei obtained the nautical panorama, he was destined to become a hunter. On the ship of the Medicine King Heaven, a group of as many as 32 people came by ship. All 32 of them were half-monarch realm experts. From the name of the Medicine King Heaven, one must not think that it was a place to train alchemists. In fact, it was precisely because there were many alchemists in the Medicine King Heaven, so there were more and more powerhouses. Apart from alchemy, the people of the Medicine King Heaven also dabbled in a variety of things. They would not specialize in a single combat skill or technique. At this moment, on the bow deck, everyone in the Medicine King Heaven knew that they were about to arrive at the Martial Emperor City. For people like them, such opportunities were few and far between. A place like the Martial Emperor City was usually not a place they would come to. This time, they had the opportunity to participate in the Martial Emperor's inheritance, and they had been carefully selected. At this moment, everyone in the Medicine King Heaven was looking forward to it. At the bow, a woman said, "Mu Qin, this is a rare opportunity to come to the Martial Emperor City. It is said that anything can be traded here. We have to change the ingredients for our 5th grade tribulation pills." The young man nodded. "It's time to let them see the strength of the Medicine King Heaven." All of a sudden, a giant black ship appeared out of thin air. Most people were still wondering who it was, and why it suddenly appeared. However, when someone saw the pirate skull flag, they immediately cried out in surprise. "Pirates, it's the Avenger." Someone thought, "Not good. This is the free battle zone. How dare they rob here? Do they have the backing of a king?" On the big ship of the Medicine King Heaven, a middle-aged man stood proudly in the void. The Avenger? Robbing in front of me? Aren't they a bit too arrogant? Han Fei laughed. "The Medicine King Heaven, is it? Hand over 5 million ultra-quality spirit stones and 3 third-grade tribulation pills, and you can pass." Han Fei's asking price was twice that of robbing the Golden Crow Heaven. However, there was a king here, so it was normal to ask for more. The king of the Medicine King Heaven sneered. "I'm afraid you haven't woken up yet. A mere half-king dares to speak so arrogantly to me? Your subordinates are only 7.5 kings, and you want to rob the Medicine King Heaven? Where did you get the courage?" "If you don't want to hand over, then let's fight. Cut the crap." In the free battle zone, although Pioneer Sea Realm cultivators were not allowed to attack at will, there was an exception. If you wanted to rob someone, then Pioneer Sea Realm cultivators could attack unconditionally. After all, if you want to rob me, I can't just watch as my people are robbed, right? Han Fei slashed at the big ship of the Medicine King Heaven with his twin sabers. Not at all reasonable and brainless. Han Fei thought to himself, "Since I'm here, how can I go back empty-handed?" Second update. Asking for votes. End of this chapter.